All right. I decided to run a little experiment today and basically conduct a live stream for about 4 hours. Yes, I know that might seem a little bit crazy, but I thought about it, and after some research, it looks like LinkedIn only allows about 4 hours of content of LinkedIn live videos to be uploaded to the platform. So I decided to run an experiment and test it out for myself. So if you want, we can be chatting for the next 4 hours or so. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and see to let me see if people have joined the live stream. If you joined, let me know where you're joining from and also what you'd like to talk about. I would like to, talk about anything related to data, analytics, data visualization, data science. We could talk about daily coding, running, biking, working from home, homeschooling your kids in this time of need. So I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that the live stream is working on LinkedIn. Go ahead and check that out. Let's see. It says it's streaming on LinkedIn and on YouTube. But just want to make sure it is up. So if you do have questions, definitely feel free to let me know and we can chat about anything. We can even have you join the live session. All you have to do is really just comment below and I can tell you how to join the session. Um, let's see. Oh, activity posts. So I'm currently not seeing the live stream on LinkedIn yet. I just wanted to see if you do see it, let me know. I'm going to check on my phone real quick, make sure this is working, and I will address all questions that come in to the best of my abilities. I think it's going to be fun. Okay, for some reason I still don't see the live stream. So let me check if it is showing on YouTube. If you've joined and you can see me, please let me know. Because I was trying to check and it didn't seem like it was working on LinkedIn. Okay, I could see that it's running live on YouTube, so that's good. Just gonna turn the sound off. I see Cyan. Okay, you're asking about how to connect RStudio with Oracle BI. I actually have not experienced plugging RStudio with Oracle. I recently plugged Power BI with R and Power BI with Python, but I was not able to. I didn't really have a need for the other stuff yet, but maybe I can help you after the session. Trying to Google it. So let me just make sure that we're looking good on LinkedIn. Otherwise, I'm going to restart the session. Let's see. Herb S messaged me. Live stream is working. Okay, great. Herb, can you do me a favor and send me the link? For some reason, it's not showing on my own platform. That's why I keep going back and forth. Usually, I could find it on my own platform. Maybe some things have moved around, or maybe it's not refreshing for me. So if you don't mind sending that to me, that would be super helpful. And thank you for the message. Now, I do have a list of a couple of topics that I could talk about, and I just want to make sure that I can also see the live stream. And the reason for that is I like to see the comments that come in. Maybe if I search for myself, that could be another way. Let's see. LinkedIn Live has given me a couple of issues before. So hopefully this works well. Okay, a lot of people are commenting that could see the live stream around the world. That's great, Herb. If anybody can actually directly message me the link to the live stream would be super helpful, because then I can actually communicate with you and read through the comments. The cool thing is about today is, since I will be going live for the next 4 hours, well, 3 hours and 56 minutes, I wanted to do an experiment and see how many people join throughout the session. So I have a little notebook here. And I can't really run this experiment without seeing the live feedback. By the way, can you hear me okay? I'm using this new microphone. It's called Blue. Trying it out. Let's see. Derek messaged me with the link. Thank you so much, Derek. Okay, now I could see it. We've got 70 people on. So I just wanted to make note. So we've got 11 a.m. We've got 70 people on. I wanted to just keep track. Cloud is asking how to get the link for the live stream. If you look to your right, you'll see 3 dots at the top right. Susan says done. Thank you guys so much for helping me get my own stream. That was super weird that it wasn't working. All right, let me go scroll through the comments and you can hear me okay. That's perfect. Thank you. I want to see what I missed. Okay, Stefan Depayan says it's working on LinkedIn. All right, thank you. Hi, Stephen. Michael says, yes, pick a topic. Yes, you can recommend a topic. You can even join the stream with me and have a conversation. So, hi, Susan. VJ, you want to talk about Google AdWords? Okay, can add that to the list. All right, so it looks like I've got the stream. Yes, Blue Snowball, Carlos. That's what Blue Snowball. And it even looks really cute, like a little snowball. So, okay, Eric says we can hear you okay. People are saying hi to each other. This is great. Okay. Sorry, that took longer than I wanted. Every 20, 30 minutes or so, I'm going to check in to see how many folks we've got on the line just to, as part of my little experiment. Michael says, no, I'm shy. Okay, if for anybody there who's not shy, who wants to jump in on the line with me, you're actually going to be live streaming with me if you're interested. We can arrange that fairly easily. I know Susan Walsh, the classification guru, has jumped on a live stream with me before, and it was really easy to use because then we can. I'll just send you a quick link. You click OK. You click on the link. You set up your camera and your audio, and that's it. People can write messages here as well. Helly says, however, no one is allowed to speak except Kate. No, everybody's allowed to speak if you wanted, because if I bring you onto the live session, you'll be live on camera and audio, and you can actually speak to my audience as well, and people can ask you questions. So if you want to jump in, let me know. Cloud is asking, what's the experiment? So the experiment is, I've never gone live for more than about an hour, and I Googled LinkedIn's capacity for live streaming, and it says it's a maximum of 4 hours. So obviously I took that as a personal challenge to go live for 4 hours. I don't have a specific topic that I'm going to talk about. It's going to be various topics throughout the day. We'll talk about data visualization, maybe some best practices, can talk about Tableau, Qlik, Power BI, R, Python, my daily coding challenge. Somebody's telling me to pick a topic. Yes, thank you. I will eventually pick a topic. Frank Levine, hey, you're asking, is that StreamYard? It is StreamYard. I absolutely love StreamYard because, Frank, you should hop on with me. We can have a conversation. So yeah, StreamYard's great because you can easily add people just by sending them a link. You don't have to log in or register or do anything like that. And I can also share my screen. At some point, if I start losing my mind of talking to myself for 4 hours, I might start sharing my screen and talking through things. Quantum computing. Okay, that's a little bit more advanced than I'm comfortable discussing. So if you want to jump in and talk about that. Okay, Michael Larson says, oh, Frank, sure, say when. Okay, I will send you a link right now. And Michael says, talk about kids and data. Chat about that. We will. Okay, so Frank, I will send you a link right now, and you can join me. I'm limiting the guests to about 10 minutes. So, well, we can do 15 if you really wanted. So then we can give other people a chance if they wanted to join. But Frank, I'm going to message you directly right now, get you the link. And look, it's 11:09. I'm sending the link right now. Let's see how long it takes. Okay. Frank, you can wear whatever you want on the live stream. That's so funny. And Cloud and Michael John and Aishwar and Susan and Derek, thank you guys so much for all sending me the links. Super helpful. Very nice to know I can rely on folks to send it to me. I never had this issue before, so really nice. Thank you. Okay, once we get Frank on, and let's learn a bit about Frank. He helps companies achieve more by getting the most out of their data analytics with AI. So if you have questions about getting more out of your data, please feel free to start posting those questions in the comments. So when he joins the stream, Okay, he messaged me. He said he'll be ready in 5 minutes. We can have the questions all up and running for him. In the meantime, if others want to join, let me know. So I will make a note. So here's Frank. I'll just write that down. My initial idea was I was just gonna go live and just work on my daily work stuff and keep the live stream going. But I decided against that. I thought it would be more interesting to actually have a conversation. All right, let's turn the audio off. Okay, so we've got about 86 people on, and I'm gonna read through the comments before we hear from Frank. LinkedIn Live filibuster. Yes, Greg. That's what's happening. Okay. Russell, sounds like somewhat of a LinkedIn filibuster. Yes. So Vijay wants to know what topic we're going to start with. We're going to start with getting value out of your data. That's what we're going to start with. And maybe we'll talk through the process of, how do we start? How do we even know which data to look for? When do we know that we have enough data to work with? And then the process for analyzing and visualizing that data. Okay, we've got 94 people on. And if you guys wanted to help me with this experiment, go ahead and share the LinkedIn live stream. I do want to see if that impacts the number of people that join. I think I'm just gonna have fun with this today. That's why I didn't prepare a specific topic. One, because I couldn't think of a topic that would keep people awake for 4 hours. Obviously, I would like to talk about data and data visualization and some of the stuff I'm working on. But at the same time, I want to make sure this is interesting for people. Eric wants to have a conversation about Shapely values. If you want to join Eric and have that conversation, because I don't know about Shapely values, let's go ahead and do that. Okay. Derek wants to speak about pandas. Okay, I'll write that down as a topic. Pandas. I love pandas. I actually have a toy panda not too far from me. But in all seriousness, I am learning about pandas and all that data analytics along with my R daily coding. Okay. Just making sure I don't miss any comments while we wait for Frank to join. Okay, Randall wants to go after Frank. All right, Randall, I'm going to share the link with you. So you're saying you want to go around 11:30-ish. I'm going to send you the link. The way StreamYard works is I'll send you the link. You can join at any point in time, and you'll be sitting in kind of the green room where I can see you, I can't hear you, and then other people can't see you until I add you to the stream. So if other people want to join after Randall, just let me know and I'll send you the link as well. Okay. Since we're still waiting for Frank, I'll answer a few questions. We've got one from Pikshit Deswal. What was your inspiration for getting Datacated trademarked? Okay, great question. So first of all, Datacated, for those who are not familiar with it, it's actually here on the screen where it says follow story by data for Datacated content. I came up with that term a couple years ago when I called myself Datacated, and it's a play on words, which it means dedicated to the data community or dedicated to data, but it also has the sound of my name Kate in there. And I had several people ask me why I don't call it Datacated with a K. I just thought that would confuse people, so that's why I didn't do it. But the reason for trademarking is I launched a online store, and if you're interested, I could send you a link, or maybe I could just post a link in the comments. Let me know if you want to see it, where I have Datacated merch. And for the longest time, I wanted to create T-shirts and caps and clothes for babies. There are even stuff for dogs on there, and mugs that have the word Datacated on it, because I think it's a fun word. I like to say it. I like what it stands for. You can even Google it. I have defined it in the Urban Dictionary, and the definition was approved almost immediately in terms of data, dedicated to data. So the reason for trademarking is I wanted to own it. I will announce this here. It's not quite ready yet, but I am launching a Datacated Academy in the next couple of months, which is going to be basically the premier online courses around data visualization. And that's where I'm starting with. But the Datacated Academy could eventually grow into things like coding and maybe machine learning and deep learning in the future, starting with data visualization. But it's all going to be around the word Datacated. Okay. Shubhadeep says, I thought it was supposed to be tomorrow. We'll be there for the last hour. Yes, sorry about that. So Shubhadeep is the CTO at Codist AI. And if you wanted to jump on, also let me know and I'll share a link and we can have a discussion for 10 minutes. Yes, I changed my mind because my schedule shifted and I can no longer do tomorrow. So I figured, why wait if I could just do it today? So let's see. Okay, Frank, whenever you're ready, just jump right in and I will add you. For now, I would go through a couple more questions. Okay, Derek said, send me the link. I also built a brand, DataGolf. Okay, cool. I will send the link in the comments right now. Sorry. There it is. So it's actually on a shop called Spreadshirt. I have a Story by Data Spreadshirt store. Gonna go ahead and post the link in the live stream here. Oops. Okay. There we go. So Avery Smith. Hi, Avery. I'm trying to find the correlation between the time a race begins and how the race was rated. Not sure what that conversation's about. I think I missed a couple of things. Michael says if he can make himself look pretty, he'll find a way to get. All right, Michael. I will. Michael, I'll send you the link as well. Oh, we've got Frank in. I can't hear you yet. Let me quickly just send the link to Michael as Michael Larson as well, and then I'm gonna get you in. Okay, Michael. All right. I'm having fun. If you guys are having fun, let me know in the comments below. I'm wondering how my energy levels are going to last for the next 3 hours and 43 minutes, because I typically have my second coffee at about 1 p.m. So in 2 hours, I might actually just leave and get coffee. But without further ado, I'm going to invite Frank Levine. And
hello.
Hello, Frank. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Hopefully you can see me. I have my Rick and Morty t-shirt on. Hopefully that's formal enough.
It is formal enough. Yes. I have my fake office behind me.
I was going to say that looks really clean. I'm impressed.
I've had several compliments on it. And at some point, I actually have a funny story where I was taking an online exam, actually a Tableau exam. And they had asked me to, there's a screen over here, a picture of a screen. And they had asked me to turn the desktop so they can make sure I'm not cheating. And I'm like, it's a picture, guys. And they're like, no, you have to turn the screen. And we went on for about 10 minutes of me trying to break my wall and prove it.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yes. But anyways, welcome, Frank.
Thank you.
Say hello to people. Tell them who you are, where you're from.
Sure. So my name is Frank Lavinia. I am a cloud solution architect at Microsoft. I am based in the Washington, D.C. metro. And I've been watching your live streams, Kate, for quite some time. And I actually was at somewhere, it was some event at the Javits Center. I'm walking in, I'm like, I wonder who I'm going to see here. And like, you were on the phone. So like I said, hello. And I have a podcast. Love to have you on the podcast. Datadriven.tv is the website. And obviously franksworld.com is my blog. I've been in data science now for about 4 years or so. My background's a software engineer, and I was a Windows Phone developer. So I had the chance to learn this. I think what you're doing is great. I think the community needs this sort of engagement because a lot of folks are kind of isolated at home, et cetera, et cetera. And so I don't know. What do you want to talk about?
So let's talk about. Okay, first of all, I'd love to be on the data-driven, what is it, .tv you said?
Yes.
That's the podcast. Yes, I'd love to do that. So, once this is done, we can set up a time and date for it. I definitely have a lot more time now. I think with folks working from home for the most part with this coronavirus quarantine, I think live streams have a lot more chance of getting people on them because people can't attend conferences. This is the closest, as close as you can get to having a conversation with other people and kind of networking. Interestingly, I was asking my kids, and their age is almost 4 and 5, and I said, "Where do you guys think I should talk about on my live stream?" They looked at me like I'm crazy. I said, it's a live stream. And my oldest, she's like, "Is it a virus?" I'm like, "No, that's coronavirus." I'm like, "That's something different." because that's what she's been hearing about. But she told me I need to talk about pretty shoes and the virus
Oh,
and data. That's all she said.
awesome.
So I think we'll take her advice and focus on the data part. And I
Yes.
noticed on your profile, you are working on finding value in data. So I thought maybe we could talk about the process that you typically take from when you're facing a data problem or you get a data set to actually finding that value.
Right. So, in my role as a CSA, I basically one of the things I like to demonstrate before, when I have an opening conversation, is to show the art of the possible, right? Show customers what they can do with their data, because
Mhm.
data typically is typically it's a latent asset. I mean, it's definitely a latent asset, it has to be refined, all that. But the key is having business people see that there's value to the data. And up till now, up until the last few years, most organizations have collected data because, well, they kind of just had to. It was kind of like exhaust, or it was just kind of a byproduct of doing transactions. And it's only been in the last, I mean, certainly Amazon's been doing this for 20 years. It's
Yeah.
part of the reason why Amazon is, Amazon. But I mean, there's real value in doing analysis on the data that they have. And a lot of folks, when I talk to companies that don't yet have a data science team, they typically will um, they will typically kind of have their data people like almost in the basement, if you will. Like they just don't really think about them. So it's really just a matter of getting into a decision maker and showing them that data has real monetary value. And also opening up new lines of business too. I mean, there's companies that, there's one company I worked with as a customer. They work in commercial real estate. They probably know more about the economy. Well, okay, not now, but in normal circumstances, they would know more about what's going to happen to the economy, because
Yes.
they know how much office space is going per square foot. And that
Yep.
was really kind of an eye opener for them, where they realized that they have all this data that they mine for their own purposes, but they didn't really think about packaging up and selling that, and possibly even to like a hedge fund or something like that. I mean, it's just when they say data is the new oil, I mean, there's truth to that, because up until oil really was not really useful until the internal combustion engine became mainstream. I mean, it
Yeah.
was useful and stuff like. I'm sorry, I've been talking for so long. Looks like you had a question.
No, no, no. We do have some questions in there. I was just gonna say there was somebody who said oil, data is the new oil, but it still needs refinement to be effective or to be
Yes,
useful, right? That's
absolutely. Well,
yeah.
I have I have a geothermal heating system at my house, and we put in about 10 years ago. And the if you ever have one of these installed, it's pretty scary looking. You have this huge oil. It looks like they're drilling an oil well. So I would
Mm.
joke like, "Hey, I'm not going to be in the office, on Monday if they find oil." But even if they did find oil, I'd still have to get it to a refinery for it to be.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's not like it's gold.
Right, right, right. Exactly. And it's, jewelry is a good thing too, right? If you did find gold, you have to smelt it, you have to fashion it into jewelry or gold bars. I mean, there's a whole process there, and um, I think the unsung heroes of data science are the data engineers, because they're the ones that they run the pipelines, they run the refineries and stuff like that.
They're the plumbers, yes.
Yes, the plumbers. Yeah,
The
exactly.
plumbers. I know Andreas Kretz from Germany. He talks a lot about that, and I was just on the phone with him earlier today. Yep, data
Cool.
engineering. That's all he talks about. Yes, we definitely need that. We did have a question here for you. So from VJ, he's asking, what are some sources to learn about data analysis? Do you have any recommendations for him?
I like edX has a lot of material. Um,
Okay.
I think for me, the moment where I had that switch in my head, where I thought of myself as a data scientist and not a software engineer, was after I took a couple of stats classes. After that, I felt like I could do the job.
Hmm.
Um, for me, that was the moment. It's on Columbia X on edX. It's statistics for data science or something like that. I can get you the link, and you can post in your profile. That was a brutal course, but it was good, because after that, everything else was kind of easy, because once you get your head around those statistical concepts. I hated stats in college. I hated math in college.
I actually loved statistics in college. I don't know why.
Really?
I took advanced statistics, I took econometrics, and I loved all of it. I think because the professor told us it's going to be the hardest thing we do, and more than half of us will fail out of that class. And I was a finance major, and so statistics was part of the core curriculum that if you don't pass it, you don't get to major in finance.
Wow.
And I think that motivated more than kind of scared me. So I took it as a challenge, and I actually did well. I
Maybe
haven't
you were
improved it
born to
as
be a
much.
data scientist, Kate.
Yeah. Michael says he misses the Windows phone. So
I do too, man.
FYI.
I do too. My mom still has hers. My mom is defiantly holding on to her Windows phone.
Yeah. Okay, Scott says I love the marathon, and somebody told him to bring the puppets. Do you know Scott Taylor, the data whisperer? He does
Yes.
a lot of live streams.
Yes.
So he may or may not join as well. Let's
Oh,
see.
that'd be cool.
Yes. All right, let's see. Michael says data has to be collected and stored. Data does not just magically appear. What? It doesn't? It sometimes magically appears, although it feels like there's so much out there, right?
Well, I
we're
mean,
creating data as we speak.
so, I mean, exactly. I mean, data is one of those things where I'm sure somebody at LinkedIn headquarters is monitoring like how often you go live, how often, how many engagements you get, that sort of thing. I mean, so data, you're right. I mean, data doesn't just appear, but we, with the cloud and advancements in storage and whatnot over the last, I'll say 2 decades, right? Collecting data is no longer a roadblock, right? At one point, I interviewed at a job a couple of years back, and they were just so impressed that they had a 6 terabyte database with all this data. And you know what? In 2005, 2006, getting a 6 terabyte database online was an engineering accomplishment. I'm not going to take that away.
Yeah.
But in 2016, it was not, right? I mean, it's one of those things where, and I have this thing I call the Costco rule. Now, don't go to Costco today, but try to avoid Costco these days if you can.
I know. Try to avoid any stores if you can.
Right. So where is the boundary of where big data is, right? Like the boundary of big data is always moving. 10 years ago, 6 terabytes was big data. Now it's not. So I have what I call the Costco rule. So if you walk into Costco, they have the hard drives, the external portable hard drives for sale. And they tend to run, the prices tend to be about $100 to $120, right? I take that number and I double that, that's no longer big data. So last time I was at Costco, it was 8 terabytes. So 16 terabytes is no longer really big data, because ultimately big data is always going to be
size is relative too, right? That's like, as we move into the future, big data is going to become bigger.
Exactly.
Therefore, yeah.
Well, exactly. So if you go into Costco, assuming we all survive this, little gallows humor there. But if you go into Costco in 2022, maybe they can have 10 or 20 terabyte hard drives. Like the iPhone 20 could have, a 5 petabyte model. It might cost you $50,000 and a kidney, but it's growing. So I think that it's a moving target is basically what I'm trying to say. And that price point of Costco is a good. You took a economics, so what they call it, the Big Mac index.
Yeah.
Or the haircut index, or either one. It's kind of it's the nerd version of the Big Mac index.
Yes, absolutely. And Scott Taylor jumped in. He said when he started out, they had to give clients a computer so they could manage the 30,000 rows. Yeah.
Wow. 30,000
rows. I don't know how they managed that one.
That was a big deal. So I was the nerd in the chat that mentioned quantum computers. So quantum computing. So the good news
We're about
is
to lose our whole audience. Go ahead.
No.
I'm kidding. Go for it.
When you want to take a break from the stream, don't do it now, because of course you want to watch Kate's 4-hour marathon. But there's a couple of innovations here, mostly around quantum inspired computing. So you don't need to have the liquid nitrogen tanks and all that stuff. But there is a new class of hardware that's being developed by every major vendor out there that's called quantum inspired computing. And I talked at a user group in Allentown, Pennsylvania, and one of the organizers there studied econometrics. And basically, I don't want to lose everybody in the audience because I barely got my head around this too. But ultimately, you can take the superposition of states and quantum bits and things like that, and if you can recast the problem as linear algebra.
Yeah.
Which opens up a whole lot of doors in terms of, one, understanding, and two, the hardware that we already have that could handle linear algebra pretty well, aka GPUs. I don't know.
Mhm.
Just want to put that out there in the universe and just kind of say quantum computing or quantum inspired computing is coming, and it's coming sooner than you think. Then
All
that's
right.
all I'll
Thank
say
you.
because I don't want to
Thank you
scare
for that public service announcement.
people.
We do have Randall Constant waiting to be added. Randall, just letting you know, I see you in there in the green screen. But wanted to give Frank another minute or two to see if there's anything else you want to tell people. Where should they go to learn more about you, or what should they follow up with you with?
Sure, sure. So, two things. I have a blog and a podcast. I'm also putting the final touches on a virtual summit. I'm calling it the Lemons to Learning Summit. Lemons to Learning, the number two, learning.com. And it's
Okay.
basically going to be free. If you want to speak, let me know. Hit me up in LinkedIn. It's going to be free. And the idea is that if you're a technologist who has been laid off, speak at this. You get practice speaking and you get your name out there.
Yeah.
I'm also looking for kind of sponsors that that want to highlight what job openings they do have, and it's also for service workers who have also been laid off. That this gives them an opportunity to learn a new skill and learn to code, learn how to do data. So that's kind of my virus project, if you will. I can't research vaccines. I can't fold proteins. I don't have a real quantum computer to figure that sort of things out, at least not yet. But turns out liquid nitrogen is very hard to get and during a pandemic. And I just want to thank you, Kate. Kate, you've been an inspiration. I've been watching your live streams for a while. I think one of the first questions I asked you when I met you in person was, how do I get on some of this LinkedIn live stuff, which I do have access now.
Okay.
So I think your help played a part in that. So I want to thank you for that. And thank your audience for listening and hear me babble on for a few minutes about quantum computers.
And thank you so much for joining. Hope you stick around with not for the full 4 hours. I can't expect that, but definitely thank you for jumping on. All right, I think we're gonna move on to Mr. Constant. Thank you. Bye.
Stay safe out there.
And wash your hands. Yes. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and add Randall. Hello.
Welcome. Hey, how you doing? How you doing, Kate?
Doing great.
Hey,
how are you?
Do you remember the deal about Linkalize about 6 weeks ago when I sent you that link and we started that conversation on what Linkalize was all about?
Yeah, I remember that.
I figured it would be kind of good to get your opinion on what do you think about the analytics and what they're digging in, what kind of data they're digging in to come up with the numbers and stuff. I thought that would be right up your alley.
Yeah, great. Happy to talk about that. So for those listening, Linkalize is a company that basically you click a link and it scrapes your LinkedIn profile and provides you a glimpse into how much you're valued, how much your post is valued at, and basically tells you what your engagement levels are. I think they use the past 30 days of your content to see how frequently you post. I think it was definitely interesting because that's one thing that I would love to see from the LinkedIn platform natively is more analysis in terms of where are we getting engagement and what's working, what's not, what topics should we be talking about. So definitely an interesting concept. I think it's still very early stages for Linkalize, right? It's a fairly new company, but it's the only one I've really heard of that can provide you statistics. So if those who are tuned in can recommend other platforms that you've used for getting more insights around your LinkedIn profile analytics, definitely jump in. I'd love to hear about that. But what are your thoughts, Randall?
By the way, Shield app is another company that gives you it kicks up the analytics quite a bit, and that's what I use. So I started using it in I guess about May or June, and it basically keeps track of what your posts are doing. So you know how the thing goes. Okay, we're in March, right? And let's say you post 10 times a day, and you want to find out how that post is doing from 14 days ago. Yeah. Well, as you know, it takes a long time to scan back, to scroll down to that level. And then sometimes your phone will go out and then you got to start all over again. Well, this keeps a running total in real time and tells you exactly, what you want. So that is shieldapp.ai.
Is that
and
free?
That gives you the data on the personal profile. on the company profile, the thing that LinkedIn came out with is the LinkedIn invite feature. Now you have like almost 70,000 followers. So if you have the LinkedIn invite feature on your company page, it allows you to invite 25 people a day that you're already connected to. And that's cool. So that kicks up that can kick up your LinkedIn company page way up. But the deal on the LinkedIn company page is that there's more data available than the personal profile. So
yeah, you can even export information. I recently saw that on your LinkedIn company page. You can export information on your followers, which you can't do on your personal page. And
right. So the thing is, the thing that's happened is a lot of people have a LinkedIn company page, and they may have 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 followers personally, but on the LinkedIn company page, they have 25 or 17 or 63. But the deal is, if you have 5, 6, 7, 8,000 personal, it gives you a chance to build your company page. And LinkedIn's all about business, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it's all about. So I think there's a lot of people out there that don't know that LinkedIn invite feature is available to build up your company. And that's what we're trying to do, right?
Absolutely. And speaking of business, do you want to tell the audience what it is that you're focused on?
I'm totally focused on food, the retail side, the food service side. So that's what I've been posting very, very heavily for the last 6 years. And it could be Fortune 500 brands. It could be small startups. It's just about taking companies that have limited followers and then just kicking it up a notch. And I've done that for, quite a few different companies.
All right. And then, so Scott Taylor has a comment about Linkalize. He thinks that the methodology is flawed and that they base engagement on total followers, which ignores non-follower engagement and the fact that everyone doesn't see your posts. He goes on to say that the Shield app is much better. So what are your thoughts?
Shield app is awesome. Right. As far as data is concerned. Yeah. As far as the data is concerned. But if you think about it, if somebody wants to do advertising on Facebook or Instagram, they have all the data in the world to work with, right? They know exactly what they need to pay somebody if they want to work with somebody. But when it comes to LinkedIn, there's nothing available. This is the only thing that's available for now. At least it's kind of a start. Like my deal came out just so we can compare the two. I have 15,000 followers, and you have what, 67, 68, 69?
It's a little over 70 at this point, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the deal is, like, my thing came out, it came out at $122, and yours came out at $599. And then later down the road, I saw that there was an update, and then mine went from 122 to 130, and then yours went to 629. And from what I understand, they're going to update it something like the 4th of April, and then you'll be able to get another one. But I think you're right.
Every 30 days or so, right?
I'm sorry?
Is it every 30 days that they provide an update?
Yes, I think that's what it is, because all I've seen is the original scan that you and I did. I think it was on February 8th. Yep. And then later down the road, somebody posted something on your deal showing a different number than what you had in February. So I would imagine that was the March number. And then someone from Linkalize let me know that I think it's the 4th of April that they'll update it.
Okay.
So that's progress. Hey, that's progress.
And I think you posted Gary Vaynerchuk's Linkalize, right? I think I saw that.
Yeah, I did. That one was $29,000 a post.
$29,000 a post.
$29,000 a post. Now remember, this is the thing that the only way that you can compare it, I guess, is that you have to base it on how many posts that are being done on a daily basis. So a lot of times guys will get a post of $500, and you're thinking, wow, they're really worth a lot. But if they only post once a week, that's not the same thing as somebody that posts 5 times a day and gets a value of $200.
Yes. Yeah, there's definitely a difference. I mean, and we can't really compare ourselves to Gary Vee. He's got like millions, I think at least 1 million followers, or 2-3 million. So
he's getting ready to hit 4 million. I think he's got 3.9798 million. Yeah.
awesome. All right. Well, for those interested in following your company page or following you, I mean, where should they go? Where should they go to learn more?
Well, just go to Randall Constant. I think the name. Yeah, I'll just have to. Yeah, my name's there, right on the deal there. Okay, Randall Constant. Hey, the one thing I wanted to tell you that tonight, do you watch the Food Network?
I have watched the Food Network when I used to watch TV. Yes, I used to watch it quite a bit.
Do you remember the next Food Network star?
No.
Okay, Guy Fieri. When Guy Fieri was picked as the new network star, that was in the first season. There was judges on there. The lady that was the marketing and brand strategist for the Food Network, she's been there for like 15 years. She's going to be my guest on LinkedIn Live at 5:00 today.
Oh, awesome!
Isn't that cool?
Yes.
Because the deal is, okay, I'm not in the data business, but I love data on the food business because it's all about Nielsen data, IRI data. You know, we really get into the sales data. Your crowd gets way deep in it. We'll never get that far. So it's a different thing. But when you're in the food business, whether you're on retail, food service, I mean, you tend to gravitate to the food channel, and we really love that. So to learn more about, you know, what went on during the days of the Food Network, that's going to be awesome. The fact that Susie Fogelson lives in New York City, and you do too, right?
Yes,
do you live in New York?
Yes, the coronavirus epicenter in Queens.
Okay, and then I live in New Orleans. That's the other deal. So the other thing is that the New York restaurant trade is a big deal. The New Orleans restaurant trade is a big deal. And then it's all about takeout. And the deal about the takeout business taking off, it's all going to be about analytics, right?
Yep.
It's all going to be about programs. It's all going to be about all the things that we learned over the last 10 years to kick it to the next level. And that's what we'll probably be talking about, something like that.
Great. All right. So those that are interested should definitely tune in at, you said 5 p.m., right?
Eastern time, right? 5 Eastern time today.
By the way, Scott Taylor has just one last question for you. What food holiday is it today? Are there food holidays?
There's food. I post every day food holidays, and I looked this morning at 1:00 in the morning, and it was not anything that I could really get. It was something. It was, you know what I mean. It was a specific type of cake or something like that. So I didn't get into it yet, but I might post something later.
All right.
Today's not a good day, okay? But I look forward to the National Cheesecake Day and the National Apple Pie Day and stuff like that. I got them all covered, you know. Hey, by the way, that day, let's see, February 8th, February 9th, wasn't it National Bagel Day?
Oh, yeah. I had a bagel with lox that day. I remember.
And then you told me that you used to work at a place, you know?
Yes, my second job was at a bagel store. I worked on my way through college in a bagel store, and that's actually how I paid for college. It was pretty good. I would wake up at about 4 a.m. and get to work at 4:30, and then after that, open the store, see how the bagels are made, set everything up. It was a good gig.
You see, the thing about living in New York, there's a good chance of you working at a bagel store, but living in New Orleans, not so much. But I do have to say that I did work for a time selling Acme smoked fish out of Brooklyn, New York. Are you familiar with Acme?
That's the brand we used in the bagel store, Acme.
See, so back in the 80s, 80s and 90s, I was selling smoked salmon from Acme. How about that?
All right, awesome.
Okay, so anyway, when you said that you wanted somebody to jump on, I figured that since I do this, it was easy for me to jump on, and it would eat up 10 of your 4-hour time period. I figured I'd help you out there. One thing I have found is that when you ask people to join you, it's difficult. It's difficult to get volunteers sometimes.
Sometimes, yes. But I think in the 4 hours, let's see how many people I get. So I'm writing the names down, and then I'll create a little post thanking the people who have volunteered to join me. So thank you now, and then you'll get a thank you later again in the day for jumping in. Let's see who else wants to join. I know a couple of people mentioned it, and I sent a few links out. Let's see.
Hey, one thing I wanted to say, you were one of the first ones to get LinkedIn Live way back when.
Yes. I was I think I was the second person to ever go live on LinkedIn with the beta, LinkedIn beta.
I actually saw it. I was like, what is it? Weren't you doing virtual reality or something?
No. That was another woman. I forget her name. Kathy Hacko.
Okay.
That was a different one. She was doing virtual reality stuff. I remember because I was watching it. It was my second one, and I was watching her first one to get an idea of how to do this thing, because I've gone live before, but live on LinkedIn is a little bit different, I think. Definitely a lot more engagement. I've tried live on Instagram and what's that other one? Facebook, YouTube, and a lot more engagement on LinkedIn, especially when I talk about data.
Yeah, the thing with data is that you have to have the right crowd for the data. You do, because if all you're going to do is talk about data, you're going to lose everybody. The thing that I have a little that's a little better is that if all I talk about is food, it does attract a little bit of other interest because it's a little interesting, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. So LinkedIn is very, very good for you because you can find the people that really like that stuff.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm ready to go. If you got somebody in, I'll hang around. But I mean, other than that,
I think
any other volunteers?
Yeah, Trip Parker and Michael are going to join. One of them is going to join now. I'm going to send the link to Trip right now. But thank you so much for hopping on, and thank you for taking the time to chat and talk about food, which is not a topic I was going to talk about today.
Yeah, anytime you want to talk about food, just go ahead and just invite me for a 10-minute deal. I'll come in and talk about food, okay?
All right, awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll see you. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so that was Randall Constant, everybody. If you still have questions for him or want to talk about food, definitely hit him up. While we were talking, I got interested because, Scott, you asked what food holiday is it today. I like to go to this site called Checky Day sometimes because they're always there's a holiday every day. So today is Grass is Always Browner on their other side of the fence day, and it's also National Doctors Day. I think National Doctors Day should be every day, and especially in this pandemic that we're facing right now. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and check in with the comments. Let's see. Raina says, I know Kathy Hacko, MR, Mixed Reality. Yep, and Spatial Computing. Yep, I remember I saw a couple of her live streams. Let's see. Susan says we need to talk about data and shoes. Interesting. I mentioned this earlier on, but I asked my daughters what I should talk about on my live stream. And after explaining what a live stream was, one of them said I should talk about pretty shoes. The prettier shoes I have are sneakers because I love running. So not really a topic for me, but Susan, if you want to jump in and talk about pretty shoes, absolutely. Let's see. Raina says, Beverly Wright, you have an opportunity to join live stream in the next 4 hours. Yes, Beverly, if you wanted to jump in, go ahead, comment below, and I will send you a link. You can hop on. And Scott, Susan, you guys as well. Let's see. Let's see. Grass is pretty brown on my side of the fence. Yeah. Wait, you're not supposed to come out, Greg. This is, quarantine time. Dilara says, stay strong. Good job. Thanks, Dilara. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well there at JP Morgan. And Susan says, you should see my shoe collection. All right. I'm going to move on. There was a comment probably 5-10 minutes or so ago about the Data Literacy for Kids book. And I think Greg, yeah, there you go. Greg mentioned that he'd love to get a book reading, an opening chapter of the Data Literacy for Kids book. So the kids book is actually targeted for ages about 4 to 10, but I'd say it's more for the younger audience. This is a book that I just published with Jordan Morrow, the data literacy guru at Click. We published it probably 3-4 days ago, and it's basically an adventure book. So it takes your children on an adventure of this treasure map where they learn how to read data, analyze data, and communicate data eventually, and visualize data. So it takes you on a little journey, and I think it's pretty fun, but I'm not going to do a book reading now. because not sure how many people would be interested. But if you are interested in the data literacy book, definitely check it out. We tried to make it available for free on Amazon, but unfortunately, Amazon didn't let us do that. We had to put a minimum price of $1.99. Okay. Let's see more comments. Okay, Trip, I'm gonna send you the link, Trip, so you can jump in. And for those that are tuning in now, I am asking people to join me for 10 minutes if they would like to be on the live stream. So if you're interested in kind of jumping in, introducing yourself, talking about a specific topic, or telling people about your company and kind of what you do, or if you have an announcement that, you know, if you've lost a job and you'd like to see if anybody's hiring, definitely feel free to comment in, you know, in the live stream here, and I can bring you on and we can have a conversation. Okay, let's talk about, let me just make sure I didn't miss any comments. Also, this is kind of tiring. This is 51 minutes. Greg says I'll buy one. Thank you, Greg. I really appreciate the support. Okay. All right. So Cam Sharm is asking, please share some good sources on understanding statistics so I can do analysis on data sets from Kaggle. If anyone has really good statistics resources, please comment so Cam can benefit. I had the pleasure of learning statistics early on in college, and then it just came really naturally for me. But actually a couple of places you should check out, Coursera and Udacity have actually made a lot of their courses free. So you can definitely go and, you know, check out if they have any statistics courses, but those are two really good sites that I think you could start with. I'm sure they'll have something around statistics, and the fact that it's free for the next couple of months, definitely encouraging people to go and take advantage of that. Right. If you have any specific comments or questions, definitely let me know. I'm checking on Michael, who said he wants to join, but he's got alligators after him. So let's not get into that. So Trip, if you wanted to join, Michael is still busy. Oh, okay. I see Trip is there in the green room, so I'm gonna go ahead and add him in. Hello, Trip. Oh, we can't hear you. I think you have to unmute yourself. Let me see. You have to, there you go. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's still morning. 8 minutes to go. How are you doing?
I'm doing well today. How about you?
Great, great. Doing this little experiment for 4 hours. Thank you for joining. I think let's start with, you know, tell people who you are, what you do, where you are.
Yeah, I live in Minneapolis. I am currently between contract assignments. So like a lot of people, looking for my next paying gig, and really focusing on empowering analytics and decision support for businesses, focusing primarily on companies of 250 million and less. Ironically, my wife pulled out a puzzle the other day, and I started thinking about what kind of puzzle would I want if I was going to like say, oh, let's come up with a dedicated puzzle. What would that look like? And what would be in a dedicated puzzle?
Yeah.
So I was like, but what would be in that? Would it be terminology? Would it be just a visualization? What do you think?
You're asking me what I would put in the dedicated puzzle. You know, now I'm gonna have to create a puzzle on top of the other stuff because it has the word dedicated in it. But I would probably go with some basic. I mean, depends who's the target audience for this puzzle, right? Are they adults or are they children? That makes a difference for me.
Maybe something that appeals to family.
Okay, so for family, I would say maybe some basic charts, bar charts, line graphs, pie charts, kind of with titles and uses for those charts. It would probably be more on the data literacy aspect of getting people to get comfortable with data terminology, but not like words all over. There'll definitely be more charts than words on the puzzle.
It would be interesting to ask our audience, like, what would be something you'd want to see in a family-oriented, dedicated puzzle? You could sell it.
Ask them. You're live, man. Go ahead. Ask them anything you want.
Yeah. So I actually, Kate, I found a really interesting quote. I've been trying to just kind of every day look for quotes and books I read, and certainly don't read as much as I used to, but there's a book. People know who Viktor Frankl is. Do you know Viktor Frankl? The name, Kate?
Yeah. Is it the guy who
So Man's Search for Meaning.
Yeah. I definitely heard of it. Yeah, I haven't read the book though.
It's been a while. I think this book was the one I'm looking at. It's 1984 or something like that. So, anyways, it says on page 161. I'm going to quote because I don't want to get in trouble. Talks about tragic optimism, which is pain, guilt, and death, and how we can remain optimistic in spite of those. And I thought, that's actually really pertinent to most of us are dealing with. And I really like that because there are moments when you just feel like trapped in a life that's more antisocial than social, and trying to stay optimistic about what the outcome is.
Yeah.
I like that quote. I read this book and, I just kind of say, oh, poor me. And it's kind of like, oh, yeah, well, hey, look at this guy that lives there. So.
Yeah, I know. I think, is that the book where he talks about how he was able to survive because he focused on adding value to others and meaning? Yeah.
It's not a long book. And if anybody who's, listening, I would strongly encourage you to, it's maybe 175 pages, not even that. It just helps perspective in life. I'm sure we all have our things, but I kind of just randomly opened to that page, which was kind of funny. I'm like, what are the odds? 170 pages, I randomly opened to that one.
Yeah.
So I've been spending some time learning machine learning on Stanford because I thought that'd be kind of interesting. But I've also been working on some stuff around my business, and we'd love for anybody who wants to collaborate and volunteer on how we can put people back to work or keep people working. I know in our state there are some benefits for companies to help people out. So that's one of the things I'm looking at is what benefits are available to me so I can actually pay some people to do work until we find clients who have a need. And I think that's one thing that really I wonder here is, like, are we throwing out everything out the window, and then are we going to be prepared on the back end of that? And that's the thing that if I'm let's say I'm a healthcare, if I'm in the healthcare area, they're going to be overwhelmed. My wife is talking about that this weekend about how they're going to cross-train her team in other areas for ER because they're expecting a surge in volumes, and that's going to they're converting other areas of the hospital for hospital beds.
Yeah.
I mean, we live in a small metro. Well, we have maybe 3.5-4 million people here in our metro. If you think about New York and how many people are, infected or have died, and just, seeing all these things that are just really disturbing from a New York perspective that just make you wonder,
Yeah, I think that the bigger problem is the level of uncertainty, right, around this whole thing. Like, when is it going away? Is it going away? How long do we have to wait? And I think that's what's really more difficult than actually dealing with this, is not knowing when it's all going to go back to normal, if it's ever going to go back to the way we used to live.
Yeah, it's interesting. She was also mentioning, a lot of people talk about the masks and stuff that are in short supply, but actually in her particular hospital, they're short, like the sanitizing wipes they use and the beds and stuff, and they're in back order.
Yeah.
So she's like, are we going to see a case where people are being treated in tents with less sanitized conditions, and or doctors going to have to start making choices about who lives and who dies? And then, they talk about, well, now we're going to extend the stay indoors thing till the end of April. So,
yeah, I know. They just extended New York as well. No leaving. So you'll see me live a lot more.
It always feel like, one of my interesting life experiences when I was working on this project, and we kept telling people what we couldn't do. And I finally said to my boss, I said, we can't just keep telling our VP what we can't do. At some point, we have to say, this is what we can do. And no one had thought about that. I'm like, well, why did it take me, 4 weeks to come to that conclusion? But I'd rather say, hey, let's prepare for the worst case and be in, better, they say, to ask for forgiveness than permission. So I don't know, to what degree I would offer my help to people who are in the same boat that I am. And I think our skill sets as a community are, probably one of the more in-demand skill sets for organizations that are coming out the backside. Like you talk about the data for, he was talking about the restaurants. I mean, those are going to be kind of insights. Going to be all these businesses come back online. Not everyone's just going to go out and start, eating out. I mean, I don't know about you. We're tightening up our budget, Anyways, that's really, thank you for, your contributions. I'm not, trying to be a positive force in the community.
Great. All right. So this is Trip Parker. Everyone, reach out to him. He's looking to collaborate with others for the common cause. I know you're, volunteering with Story by Data, and thank you so much for that. And seems like you're always trying to help. So thank you for jumping in and having the conversation. I know Susan Walsh is also waiting there in the green room. She wants to talk about pretty shoes. So if you're on now and you want to hear about pretty shoes, this is going to be slightly different than what we.
No, it's kind of funny. One time I was thinking I had more shoes than my wife because when I was running more, I had, she's like, why can't you get rid of some of these shoes? I'm like, well, I know I'm going to do one of those, all those ones where you do, run through the swamps in the mud. I'm like, I don't want to ruin my good running shoes. My running.
No, I get it.
So at one point I had all 15 pairs of running shoes that were old, and I finally decided, well, I'm going to throw these away after I read about the stories of people getting all sorts of weird viruses and having limbs fall off, and thinking, I'm not going to do that anymore.
Yeah.
I'll give up the stage to Susan, who I'll be talking to later. Susan, looking forward to chatting with you, and Kate, keep up the good work and let me know how I can help you.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Trip. All right. I'm bringing in Susan Walsh.
Hello.
Hello, Susan. How's it going?
Oh, have I got a treat for you?
All right, let's see it.
So these are like shoes you've never seen before. They're really quite special.
Okay.
And these are my shoes.
Oh my goodness. Yes, they are very special.
Epic.
Did you make them yourself?
No. There's a brand called Irregular Choice.
Okay.
That you can get a bag. You could get Kermit the Frog if you wanted. So I think we all need a bit of funkiness in our lives, especially right now.
So far I've spoken. Frank spoke about data. Randall spoke about food. Trip spoke about community and staying optimistic. And you're talking about shoes. Very nice. Very diverse conversation.
Yes.
So for those who
different, that, Kate.
Do you want to do a little intro or who's Susan Walsh?
So hi everyone, I'm Susan Walsh, the classification guru. I'm a fixer of dirty data, and I specialize in spend data classification, taxonomies, and supplier normalization. And I'm very passionate about getting the message around having good, accurate, reliable data in your organizations to use.
Awesome. And I know you had a pretty interesting post this morning where you asked people to list the different types of what is dirty data, right? So maybe we talk a little bit about the comments you received and, maybe start with what you've posted.
Yeah, so I'm going to let me pull it up now. It was a phenomenal response, actually. It was really great. Everyone really kind of got involved, and we got into some really technical reasons way beyond my understanding of dirty data. But I mean, in its simplest form, dirty data is something that's incorrect. But to different people, that's different things. To me, it's things that are wrongly classified, duplicated. It could be data in the wrong columns. It could be currency issues, maybe translation issues.
Mm-hmm.
It could be incomplete, misspelled, not categorized correctly. You can have, what else have we heard? Close duplicates, which is really tricky when you've got databases. So Andrew and all that kind of stuff. Out of date data, wrongly validated data. I like this one, evil data. That sounds really sinister. There was loads and loads and loads, you know, and it was really nice to hear actually everyone's different perspective on what dirty data is, because it really is broad and wide.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be good to see this maybe as an article or something that gets the comprehensive view of what is dirty data.
Yeah. Funnily enough, I'm actually trying to write a blog right now, and not really doing very well right now, but
you're just watching my live stream and talking about you.
Trying to write a blog, yeah, about dirty data.
Oh my God. By the way, Trip Parker is asking, were those your favorite shoes, or what's the story with the shoes?
They're not my favorite shoes, but they are my most kind of outlandish ones. There's like those one pair of shoes that I have that I had seen them in the store for a long time and never had the money to buy them. And then they weren't in the stores anymore, but they were on eBay. And this was about 15 years ago when, like, you know, when you could hardly get onto eBay on your phone. And I was out for dinner with my parents, and I was like trying to get these shoes, like desperately bidding for them. And I got them. So, and they're the ones I love the most. But
oh, wow. Okay, so you have a good story.
Yeah. Now they're just ornaments.
Now you can use them to compete with Scott's puppets. You can have your shoes on.
I wondered where you were going with that there. I was like, Scott's not getting hold of my shoes.
No, when you were still in the green room, I could see the video. Nobody else could see it. I saw you were like playing with the shoe. I thought it was a mask. I couldn't tell what you were doing, but I couldn't wait.
Yeah.
All right.
I've never worn them out because the soles are just amazing.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I could get protection for them or something, but
you really love these shoes.
They're
and
very
Michael Larson says they're his favorite shoes now. So.
Brilliant.
Also, Derek is asking to ask the guests to share their social media platforms, especially Twitter. So if you have a Twitter account.
Yeah, I'm at Classification G, and I'm Susan Walsh, the Classification Guru on LinkedIn. And website is www.theclassificationguru.com, which is a bit of a mouthful, and I did not think about that when I set the website up. But there's only one of me, so I'm quite easy to find.
Yeah, and you're very active on LinkedIn, which is great. I'm always seeing your content. You're very creative in it, in the way you post. So I love that.
Yeah, I like to. Well, you know, we can really get technical about data, but that's not really going to interest the wider public. As Scott's always talking about, you know, like when we go on his videos, you know, we're the 95% that are into data, or we're the, you know, and the rest are. Are we the 5% and everyone else is the 95% that are not? I can't remember.
Yeah, that's what he says. The 5%.
But yeah, so it's to appeal to everybody else. You know, you need to make it a bit more fun, light-hearted, and that's what I'm here for. Someone else can do the serious stuff.
Exactly. Let's have some fun.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what other comments we've gotten in the chat. And sometimes my LinkedIn freezes, so I have
I'm sure there are plenty of dirty data stories out there.
Data stories? Yes, there's so many data stories. Oh, and Trip says Susan could do a viz on her shoes. Okay. That's interesting. And I see Fabio's on. Fabio Vasquez, CEO of Closter. Fabio, if you want to jump in, let me know as well in the comments.
Yeah, I know.
Fabio used to do data science office hours. We had about 7-8 people, Terry Singh, Kristen Kerr, Andreas, some others, where we started as a bi-weekly office hour session where we would do live streaming on YouTube.
Cool.
We kind of broke up after a while, but it was great fun. We'd have at some points 5 or 6 people join at the same time, and similar like this. I think if LinkedIn Live was around, it would be a lot more popular.
Yeah.
YouTube, it's not as great, at least in my experience, for getting engagement.
No. Yeah. No, I struggle a little bit. I guess, I have to have people searching for my keywords, and taxonomies is not really something people are going to YouTube for.
No, not typically, no. They might look for shoes, though. So if you
So maybe I should, do a special YouTube video just for shoes. Although, you know, the longer this goes on, the more desperate we're all going to get for content. So, you know, it might have to be me talking you through my one by one my shoe collection.
So, you're in the UK, right?
I am, yeah.
And you guys are also shut down for another month, or what's the deal there?
So I think they said the next 3 weeks, but I mean, we're all expecting to be in the house till the end of June, and then they said it's probably going to be 6 months in total, with lesser restrictions maybe after 3 months, but it's going to be the long haul. I've also been in quite a few business chat groups this week, and we're all kind of preparing that it's going to be a 6 month kind of stay at home potentially situation.
Wow.
But I really can't think more than the week ahead of me. That's my way
Yes,
of managing this.
smart.
It's
That's smart.
yeah.
Otherwise, it gets a little overwhelming.
Yeah, and I've got quite a lot to do, but I'm trying not to do it all this week so that I can, spread it out. But I think maybe after Easter, when everyone's kind of got a routine, things might start to get moving again.
Yeah, possibly. We have a question here from Dennis Rasulov. He's asking, what are the tools Susan uses on her daily work? So do you want to share that?
Yes. So I use a product called Omniscope. You can find it at visokio.com, which is visokio.com. And it's a data modeling and visualization tool. I have a YouTube channel as well, so I do have a couple of videos on there of how I use it. But I'm also going to be making a lot more videos in the next week or so. So I've kind of developed my own methodology over the last 8 years of working with it. So it's really effective for data classification, data cleansing, data modeling, deduping at the press of a button on several different columns, which is my favorite feature ever. Yeah, it's really brilliant. I love it.
Yeah, actually this morning. So one thing I started doing was, because all the conferences have shut down, I started creating my own conferences, which I know it sounds crazy, but I basically signed up for, and Michael Larson, I see you in there in the green room. So I'm going to bring you in about 3 minutes. I hope you're good. All right, 3, yes. So yeah, basically I signed up for 7 courses. I know that sounds like a lot, but they're all very different, and that's probably not better. But I have an R course, Power BI course, and some courses on building email lists. Like some of them are very different, about blogging, because you're writing a blog article. And what I do is every day, and I've done this for 2-3 days at this point, I watch 20 minutes of each of the courses throughout the day.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, 20 minutes doesn't seem like a long time, right? It's like you watch a little course, you wake up, you watch a little course, and it's been really effective because it's kind of like curating your own little online conference of the content that you're interested in, and it's a great way to do some self-investment. So, highly recommend that for those sheltering in place.
I've actually started setting up a lot of online meetings with people, like connections on LinkedIn, that I've just never had the chance to speak to before, which is great.
Okay, yeah, that's also very good, because that's like our networking, right? This is my form of networking. Bring people on, say hello.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, we talk about different things, including shoes and food, just like you would in real life.
Yeah, and funnily enough, like Trip was saying, we're catching up in like an hour and a half, so.
Oh yeah, it's very small world. This data space.
Yeah, that's what I love though. The data community is so friendly and supportive, and
you're still getting comments on your shoes. Let me see. Cam said these shoes are really different. Never seen this before. So your shoes are getting traction here. Oh, there you go. Michael, you're up next, and I hope you got your shoes prepared.
Luring them in with the shoes, and then you catch them with the data.
Yes, exactly. So, all right, Susan, I want to thank you again for jumping on, talking about data quality, talking about shoes, talking about dirty data, as you say it. Definitely, let's catch up. I know we're talking on Wednesday morning. I saw your new invite, so
I've got a podcast that day as well.
Oh, interesting.
Yes. And I think Scott's itching at the door to get in as well. So I'm just going to give him your link.
Oh, okay. Yeah, please send him a link. Thank you. And I'm going to get Michael into the stream. And then Scott Taylor, the data whisperer, will be right after Michael Larson.
Maybe some shoes.
Maybe some shoes, yes. Thank you so much for joining.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good day. Bye.
All right. I am going to go ahead and add in Michael Larson. There he is.
Here I am. How
Here
are you,
you
Kate?
are. Hi, welcome to the show.
Well, thanks for having me. Hopefully I don't make a complete idiot of myself. So.
Not complete. No, that's impossible.
Oh, trust me, it is possible. It is.
All right. Well, why don't we start with tell people who you are and what you do.
Well, my name is Michael. Currently what I'm doing is actually hardware engineering. I've kind of taken a 180 away from the data analytics, data science world, but it is very related. Part of what I'm working on is anticipating, we've talked about big data before and how, terabytes of data before was a big problem, and now it's not a problem. Well, it's going to get even bigger, no pun intended. And so I am looking to solve that problem by finding different ways of representing data on a hardware level so that data can be processed faster. So I am a data architect on the hardware level. That's what I do.
And where are you based physically?
Well, right now I'm in New Mexico, of all places, but originally from Southern California. So
New Mexico.
somewhat of a
Okay.
transplant.
How's the lockdown situation there?
It's not that bad. You know why? Because I know I don't mean to make anybody jealous. I'm trying to show it's not so much a plug, but I was able to get my Starbucks this morning.
Oh no,
So it's not
I
that
don't even
bad.
dare.
Well, Gallup doesn't have very many people, so it's not like New York City where everybody's running into one another. And so people are scared, but at the same time, they're kind of mellow about it. They're actually, there's going to be a curfew now from 8 a.m. to 5 a.m. So 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., excuse me. So they're going to lock it down even further. But essential businesses like Walmart is open in the area. But
do they have any restrictions on the number of people that can come in the Walmart? Are there restrictions?
No. And there's no restrictions on how much toilet paper you can buy there either, which is very frustrating because
the
you
whole
go in
toilet
there.
paper thing it's kind of, I don't know.
There's no quantity controls.
It was very unexpected, I guess. It's just yeah.
Well, all it is people want to have a locus of control because right now people feel very much out of control.
Yes.
And so being able to take care of the one thing that gives a lot of people displeasure, it makes sense. No one wants to deal with that SH, the word. So pun intended.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
I think you could still say shit on LinkedIn. We're not blocked yet.
Hey, I don't want to offend anybody because I can curse like a sailor. So I got to watch
don't
out.
do that either.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. I got to be careful. So I'm actually having to tap down my Tourette's, but that's okay. So
right.
So one of the things, Kate, what about this kids and data? You wrote a book on this.
Yes, I was just gonna say you wanted to talk about how do we.
I know I beat you to it.
Data literacy, right? You took my words, man. We're gonna have to flip the script. You're gonna have to start interviewing. So data literacy, kids. Yes, Jordan Morrow and I published a book a couple of days ago on data literacy for kids. It's a really simple book that takes the kids on an adventure. And one thing I know you and I have been chatting about for quite a while is I'm looking into starting to volunteer once this whole thing is done. Like who said that? I think Frank said if we all survive this, one thing I'd like to do is to volunteer, starting with my public library, my local library, to put together some kind of session for like a workshop, data literacy for kids workshop where all ages are welcome. It's basically, you sit down, we do some workshop stuff, teach you about different chart types, different data types. Maybe depending on the age level, talk about data privacy, because I think that's going to become important, especially like even earlier on. I mean, my kids are on iPads now and they already know how to text and type. So the fear is real. I think
especially
real.
When they start surfing on the web and they come across something they really shouldn't be seeing.
You know what? At some point, so we used to use YouTube instead of YouTube Kids, and they could type. So they typed in something like Barbie together using the two little brains of theirs. Like they put them together. They typed the word Barbie, and I thought it was fine until I saw what they were watching. It was just this. Okay, this might terrify people, but it was a weird guy with a knife, a real knife, stabbing a naked Barbie swimming in a bathtub repeatedly, and it was labeled for kids, and it was very disturbing to the point where I removed the YouTube app, and now they have YouTube Kids, which I hope is safer. But I know Netflix is probably the best. There are no ads, no commercials. You know what they're watching.
You didn't block the domain or the port or any of that business?
It was just YouTube. It was just some person put it up on YouTube that wasn't caught yet. It was just
Oh gosh. Yeah, that's really disturbing stuff. You know, I've got nephews and nieces, and I've tried to help them get through school and, you know, understand what it means to, you know, you got to go to school and learn your math and learn your English. Otherwise, life is going to be very difficult. And so the challenge is real, especially if, and unfortunately, my nephews have been exposed to the Common Core curriculum. And it is, and they're not stupid children at all. They're very smart, but the way it has been implemented has been an absolute disaster. And they're not able to conceptualize and understand what is going on. And my aunt, who spent 40 years teaching at LAUSD in Los Angeles, teaching children, and she's what she calls herself a developmentalist after Piaget. And the biggest problem from her perspective is that the problem with Common Core, especially when you're introducing it to kids 7, 8, and 9, is that developmentally they're not there yet. They don't have enough of the mental hardware to handle the higher levels of abstraction that Common Core requires. And that makes a lot of sense. So you have kids doing very long, inefficient, non-optimal calculations for something that could be done in 2 steps. But they want to unravel it all and turn it into 20, and then they wonder why kids get lost and they don't get it, and that's retarded.
Yeah, you know, there was, I think, some kind of meme on Facebook where there was a post around, you know, how now people are homeschooling their kids because schools are all closed.
Yeah.
And it was all about the Common Core and like, oh, this is how you learn to do it in school. Wait, let me show you the easy way. Let me show you the simple way. The way that makes more sense.
It's like 2 + 2 is 4 and 1 + 1 is 3. And then, yeah, you see, it's just.
I know. We do have a question for you from Trip. What is your biggest challenge in the hardware space?
Fabrication, being able to do something that hasn't been done before. A lot of the current architectures, the way they're designed around a certain thinking about architectures. Mm-hmm. And going out of that box and coming up with something new is a little bit difficult, but it's not impossible. It's not intractable.
Right. Okay. By the way, Scott Taylor, I do see you in the green room. We'll bring you on in about 5 minutes because Michael Larson just has so much to say. He wants to keep talking.
I'm expecting a puppet death match from Scott, and I hope he delivers. And you need a puppet panda so you guys can fight virtually over this thing. And
I have my panda, so I actually have a lot of stuffed animals. I'm in the basement today. So I've got plenty of animals I can bring into the show. But listen, by the end of this 4 hours, I might lose my mind and start bringing.
You might just lose it. Just cautions go out to the wind. You know, we're not talking about anything related to data at all.
Hey, listen, I'm totally okay. This 4 hours really is just an experiment. I see Scott doing a dance. You know what? Let me just bring Scott in. Mike, you can hang on for another few minutes.
Yep, I sure can.
Scott. Scott left. Hold on. Scott just walked away from his desk. I don't think he was ready.
So how did you come up with that book, Kate? I know I'm returning the script here, but it's time to interview you.
Which book? I have so many.
Your data literacy for children. How did that form?
Yeah, I think it all started with the fact that I'm writing a book with Kristen Kerr called Mothers of Data Science, right? And I think that's kind of something that inspired me because I have kids and they are interested in what I do, and I kind of delivered a little data visualization session on Career Day as part of their little school Career Day experience. I think that's where it started, where I'm like, kids are getting it even at age 3, and that's how old she was when I did the little session, and they completely understood the concept of bar charts. They knew how to draw them. They knew how to make the axis. Like they knew how to make the different size charts based on the color Skittles that, you know.
How old were they?
They were 3 and 4. That was the age.
3 and 4. Wow.
Yes.
That's pretty good.
They completely get it. You know what? I'm actually going to add data analytics because I started homeschooling my kids for the past 3 weeks. So between the hours 9 a.m. and 11 a.m., I'm typically, unless I'm interrupted by like work calls, I'm typically doing a homeschooling session with them, which they absolutely love. They actually said they love it more than school because it's only 2 hours.
Because they're with mom.
I know, but they actually don't want mom. They want Miss Kate, as they call me.
Oh.
They think Miss Kate is more fun because I'm not on my phone. I'm not yelling at them. I'm just interacting with them and making.
What, you yell at your children?
Never.
What world are we living in?
Michael, no. God, no. Get out of here. No, I don't yell at them. But, they're children. Sometimes you have to tell them what to do.
Sometimes you just have to, yes.
Sometimes, yes. Oh,
Did
look,
Scott
Scott's
return
back.
yet?
Yes, Scott, I'm bringing you in here. It's going to be a party of 3 for a bit. We'll let Michael hang on.
It's the master of puppets.
You there, Scott? Oh my God, I don't think he knows he's live.
Come crawling faster,
Perfect.
obey your master. Yeah.
As you were taking off your
Yeah.
headphones, Scott, I was saying I'm going to bring you in, and then you walked away, which was hilarious.
Hi, Scott.
Scott, can you hear
Am
us?
Am I in?
You are in.
You are in.
That's me.
That's you.
Yeah, I'm
I
here.
love
Can you hear
this.
me? I don't know if
Yes,
you
we
hear me.
can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello, hello.
Hello?
Hello there.
Scott, we're ready for your puppet death match. Greg is waiting for it. Are you on mute? I don't know what's happening with the mic.
We can
Usually
hear
you've
him.
got the best
Hello?
setup. I don't know.
I don't know if he can hear us.
Oh, maybe not. Turn up the volume, Scott. That might help.
Plug in your earphone.
That would be funny. He gets up and they're not even plugged in.
Oh, we're terrible, Kate.
No,
We should start our show.
I feel he's a threat. I'm feeling threatened. I can't. It says I can't unmute your mic. Their mic isn't connected. So Scott, it says your mic is not connected. So that
You may have to type it, Kate.
you might have to go to your mic settings. Let me see. We got a couple of comments on here. My brother was on. Yay! He joined from the YouTube side of things. So I'm also live streaming this on YouTube, just because it's easier to than downloading the file from StreamYard and then uploading it back to YouTube. If you multi-stream, for those who stream out there, it's another option.
Okay, I just got a message from Scott. He thinks that we have him muted or something. I don't know if there's any setting on your side. Do you have him?
Let me see. Let me remove him and add him again. We heard him at some point, Scott. We heard you at some point. So maybe just unplug the mic and use the computer audio. That might help.
The face of desperation right here live on Kate Stratinski's live cast.
Did you just call me Stratinski? How did you say my last name?
I know I mangled it. I'm sorry. I get
Yeah,
my first name
absolutely
mangled. You
messed that
probably
up.
get your last name mangled.
It's Strashny. All right.
Oh, okay.
I'll give while we wait for Scott, I'll give everybody a quick lesson in the language of in the Russian language. The word Strashny means ugly or scary man. It is my husband's last name, and I proudly took it.
What's babushka?
That is an old lady, a grandma. So, God, I think we might be hearing something.
Can you hear me? Is that
We
working?
can hear you.
Oh, hooray. Okay. This is not even on. I don't really. Just like I got to talk about hardware. Okay. Plug it in, unplug it, and plug it back in. Does that still work for everything? That's what my father taught me very young. That was the number one thing to do.
Oh my
Even
God.
works with relationships, by the way. Just like unplug and plug it in.
Yeah, it
Hi,
works.
everybody. Kate, you're the marathon girl here. 4 hours, only because that's as much as LinkedIn will give you, right?
Absolutely. If they had
That's
8
it.
hours, I'd go for 8.
I know
But
you
I
go
mean,
for 8 hours. You can
great.
like stop for a minute and go back again. But thanks
8
for having me come in. I'm gonna show you what I got. Check it out. All
Oh my
right,
God.
Oh,
here we
Oh,
go.
look at that.
Awesome.
What the well-dressed data leader is wearing these days, for sure. Data
I love how
Kate.
you had it zipped up, Scott, so you can unveil it. This is
That's
awesome.
right. I try for the dramatic approach since I have no technical skills.
Well, I don't have any either.
Since
So
I cannot do any coding, as you know. But you can hear me okay. This mic is just for a paperweight now. So
You can use it. It looks cool. It looks cool.
Well,
looks
Kate,
cool.
tell you what, I'm going to jump off here so that I can give Scott the stage and I don't monopolize his time and take
Oh,
over.
don't
That's
worry.
what
Don't worry. I'll
All right.
make
Well,
my
Michael
points.
Larson, thank you so much.
Thanks for
Hey,
having me,
thanks for
Kate.
your-
anything you want to tell
I'm
people?
still gonna watch.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
still
gonna
gonna watch,
Are you
but
in
I'm
the
gonna give
car?
Scott the floor. Yes.
Are you actually in your car? Looks like you're in your car.
I am, because I got Starbucks, and you guys don't see it, but I do smoke, and I didn't want to make anyone want to smoke a cigarette, so that's
Okay.
why I'm.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome. All right, you guys. I'm still
Good to
gonna
see
watch.
you.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Scott.
All right.
All right,
The
we're in the
biggest
workshop
whisperer.
now. We're not on the Tell Me Your Data Story stage area. We're on my back room workshop here. So
What do you have there?
I got all kinds of crazy
office, or
stuff.
what is that?
This is like my office part here, and then I like have literally like sort of a tinkering workshop over on the other side, a desk with all kinds of tools, real tool, like, hammer, saw, whatever.
Oh, okay. Not like data tools, right?
I heard there was talk about Panda earlier, so there you go.
Aw,
It's as close
yeah,
as I get to
too. I
Panda.
should go get mine. I think it's upstairs though. I'm not gonna run upstairs for it. All right. Any questions for Scott? All right. Let me see. We have a couple of comments here. Just wanna.
Oh, I'm sure you do.
Okay. Greg wants the puppets. He can't wait. And
I know
Triple
Greg
J-
wants the puppets. Everybody, the puppets are tough to do live, so right? But I do have. Oh, wait a minute. I do have the head of the Tiger team here has
Oh my
come,
goodness.
so we're gonna scrum something up later.
Hold on a second. Keep that tiger rolling.
Okay.
I've got one too. See,
Oh, look at that. There you go. So
it's not as big as yours, but
I won this for my daughter at one of those like where you throw the balls at the cans thing at some.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I think it was at a Nielsen conference, so it's like I don't know, 20 years old.
Mm.
And then she went to college. I'm like, don't you want the Tiger? She's like, it's okay.
I have a funny story. We have I attended a conference in Toronto. Was it Toronto? Or no, it was a Click conference last month, end of February. And the company Bardis was there, Bardis Group, and they had these stuffed animal cheetahs. And I have 2 kids, so I'm like, hey, can I get a cheetah or 2? And they're really nice cheetahs. And they're like, no, you have to like put your card in the glass bowl, and you have to wait, and you have to win. I'm like, oh man, how do I get these cheetahs home? So I asked them, I'm like, listen, if I interview you and put this video on LinkedIn, I can get you some exposure. And they basically gave me 2 cheetahs in exchange
Oh,
for a
nice.
video.
Okay. Yeah, a little nice. That's a content for swag
Yes.
transaction works wonders here.
Yeah, they're obsessed with those cheetahs. So it's definitely worth it. And I still think of Bardis every time I see them. So
That's good. Oh, think of Bardis and get a free cheetah.
Yes, exactly.
I brought my toys. I know we talked about this because there's all this talk about toys. I got plenty of them here. So this is not my kids' room. This is my room. So I think I told you about what I did for Bring Your Kids to Work Day
Okay.
at Dun & Bradstreet. And we had this exercise. So I had these little cups, right? They're all different colors here. And we gave these cups to the kids. And then I had a big bucket of like this stuff. So these are all like little blocks. These little guys, I just found all this stuff. So like these things all like fit together like this. You could like clip them together. There's just like some kid kind of block. I found these little teddy bears, right? Or these little bears and these little rabbits. I actually already had the rabbit thing. So when I bought the cups. And so this was in a big bucket. Like I said, this was big data. And I literally threw it across the room. And the kids had all these cups and they had to get all the stuff that was the same color as their cup.
How old were they?
They were like, I guess like some of them were like 7 and 8 up to I think I had the young group. So we had like the younger kids. I think the oldest kids were maybe 8 or 9. And then they had teenagers, some other stuff. And so they gave me all like literally like the little kids. And so they took all the different things, so the green ones all got the green and they went around and then we asked them, okay, to pair up because there were 2 cups each. And they did it, and then they had to take, so they were gathering data. Then they were integrating data. They had to take all this stuff and sort of put it together and make a little design. And the 2 of them had to collaborate in one way. And then I went around the room and they each had to explain what they did. They had to tell a data story. And it really didn't matter. It was like, oh, we found the bunny and he was playing with and some of the kids had really sophisticated stuff and some had just sort of laid it out and sorted it out. It was kind of a fun exercise. You know, you don't want to go.
It sounded just fun. You said you're not technical. Look at how technical you just got.
Yeah, well, I know. Like my partner too. She says all the time. She says, "Don't downplay your technical stuff, okay?" But on a relative basis,
Yeah.
you know, again, I think Kafka wrote Metamorphosis. That's as far as I get. So it really, you know, for me. But this worked great. The kids had a fun time. I think we made some nice points around kind of collecting and collaborating and storytelling, and then they left. And then I made these bracelets with these little flashing lights on them, these little snap bracelets, you know, those snap bracelets.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a big bucket of those. And so at the end of the day, I gave one to literally every kid. So there were 150 kids there.
Oh, wow.
And I snapped one of these on every kid as they left. And about 2 days later, I came out with one of the worst colds I'd ever had in my life. Talk about social non-distancing. I touched
yeah.
came in
People do that to you, man.
contact with 150 kids between the ages of 6 and 16, and you're going to catch all. So it was, I don't recommend that part.
No.
But otherwise, it was a blast. So, and as I said, the CMO said, "Oh, now I understand Master Data."
Well, listen, if you needed to get down to that level to explain it, sometimes that works.
Yeah, it was. So I got some great shots. I got to like put it all together in like a little video thing, but it was fun. So it was just, you know, playing with toys. I like toys.
So you also go live, right? Why don't you tell people what your live show's about?
So my live show, Tell Me Your Data Story with me. I'm the me, Scott Taylor, the Data Whisperer. Tell me your data story. We got data leaders. We got practitioners. We've got all sorts of folks coming on, telling their data story about their data. As I know, and Kate, you know, I'm trying to establish kind of data storytelling about data to coincide with data story with data, which is more the analytics side, data management and business intelligence. That's where I kind of draw, you know, at least separate stuff. And it's been great. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Today's at 2:30. Good time, as my mother always said, good time for a dentist appointment, 2:30, but we're not going to the dentist today. And you can tell my apple doesn't fall from my parental trees. That's for sure, both of my parents. And so today we have Kathy Pintanella from Quotient, I think it's called. It used to be called Neopost. She used to work with Greg McLaughlin, who was on last week. So that's cool. And then later in the we got Jason Foster from the UK, and then a buddy of mine, Jonathan James Kramer, great storyteller. We met at Dun & Bradstreet. He's on Friday, and then we're booking the rest of the month, and I'm trying to keep it a regular thing. I'm trying to pretend to have a show. So we got some sponsors. I got a new sponsor today. Later in the week, that'll be exciting. Information Builders is coming on. So that's cool with them. Eagle Alpha today, they're doing a virtual conference tomorrow. So the tags will all be in there. They're going to talk about the use of alternate data. They work in mostly the financial services business, but they have I think, some crazy number, like thousands and thousands of data vendors that they've cataloged that the financial services world uses for alternate data, which the rest of the world would just call data. But in the financial services world, you know, you have whatever the basic metrics they always use. They're very specific about their terminology. And then alternate data might be social, might be some kind of movement data or indicator, whatever. Just as I always say, adding more columns to the row. Whatever row you got, you know, the row might be the security that they're tracking. And then what else can they figure out about that company to help them get an insight and better so they're doing some cool stuff on COVID, on data about what's going on with COVID-19, people tracking emissions, tracking people movement. So they're doing a thing on Tuesday, so that's cool.
Awesome.
And so we're having a ball here. So, you know, took the inspiration from you. You're out there. I think I got LinkedIn live, I think, because I was with you at LinkedIn headquarters in the Empire State Building, and then the product manager.
I remember that, the fire alarm day. I remember that well.
Yeah, the fire alarm. That was absolutely.
And even lights didn't go out. So I've had interesting things happen to me during live stream. Who knows what will happen today? Listen, it's a 4-hour live stream.
I know you got plenty. You're like Jerry Lewis here. You got the telethon going. You got the tote board. It's just this endurance. Again, you're a marathon runner, so I get it. But
yeah, I can't really run these days, you know, because they want you to stay home. So this is my new form of marathon.
Oh, okay. All right. Just mental marathon there.
Live marathoning. There was a question for you here. Trip
Uh-oh.
Parker is asking. Oh, by the way, Robin Rappaport says hi, and Trip Parker is asking, how did the puppets become data literate?
I don't know. Are they data literate? They're actually all idiots. I love these characters because they're just so like, they're all, many things that I said, I can now exaggerate through the puppets. So Kim probably knows. So the B, which I don't have here, it's in the other room. So the other one is the ITB, right? So I got started doing puppets like for real at Dun & Bradstreet. And I had this B and I called him Dean B.
Okay.
Dean B, right? Get it? Dean B. So it was instead of, D and B. And I used him for an internal video about why you should be confident. There was like a HR program where they asked people to get on and be really straight about what they do to prepare and why they should be confident and all that kind of stuff. So I had this B on, and he did every joke that I had ever come up with about Dun & Bradstreet. And it was a massive hit internal. Mm-hmm. So it became the #1 most watched video, even above the leadership team wishing everybody happy holidays.
Oh, wow.
So that was fun. So then I traveled, everywhere I traveled, I brought the B, and people kind of loved it. We built this little following. And I had my little sign in for Zoom calls was Dean B. So I just kind of went with it. And awesome. I realized, hey, this stuff is fun. I can do it. Let me try it again. And then I did the Tech Talk Puppets last November. And another one coming, 2 more coming that I got to work on. And I got some stuff here. Do I have it here? No, it's all in there. Whoops. I'll come back later. I don't want to leave you hanging.
So no puppets?
Let's keep it going. I mean, I'm trying to stand out here. I mean, I can do white papers, but I also do puppet shows. So I got a nice range. And guess which one gets more engagement? So it's a lot more.
White paper.
Yeah, white paper. Everybody loves. That's what we need. Because what the world needs is for sure is 12
the
more.
The longer the better.
How much data there is now than there ever has been. How sick are we hearing that? Every single presentation opens up with, there's more data now than there was before. There's this, and they give you these sizes that are completely, if you stacked it all on CDs, it would reach from here to Jupiter and a quarter of the way back. Is a completely unrelatable terminal, and you're supposed to be impressed by it. So I do a thing. I have a graph, actually. I'll show you next time. Talking about how much more you're going to hear about how much more data there is now than ever before.
Well, listen, there was somebody posted recently an exponential graph of how many people started looking at exponential graphs in the past 2 weeks. And guess what? It's an exponential graph.
That is just like... Exactly. So I try to be a little meta about this. It's kind of fun. But... yeah, there's more data now, and that's why I pick on big data, which, as far as I'm concerned, is all that is a marketing term. I get this great book. Everybody should read it because it's where'd it go? I can't find anything here. That's the problem. It's called Big Data, Big Dupe. It's by this guy Stephen Few, I think his name is. And he just
okay, I heard that. Yeah.
And you've gotta, because it's yes, it's all relative, and it's kind of taken over. So to the point where I'm just accepting it as a term for lots and lots of business data, right? Mm-hmm. So you can't fight it anymore. I tried to fight it in the beginning, just like I tried to fight data's the new oil. So you can see how successful I am on both of those things. But I'm kind of a self-described, self-appointed, like BS monitor for all the way people talk about stuff. How do they talk about the space? And so I jumped on some of that stuff kind of early on there. But he wrote this great, thin little book. So that's about my size, like your data literacy for kids. But, I'm like quarter of the way through it. I had to take a break because, I'm just kidding. But it's a nice slim book, and you should read it because it gives you this perspective of what makes it big. I mean, why does it have to be big? And I actually had dinner once with Doug Laney, who is credited completely with sort of, if you know Doug, he was a brilliant analyst at Gartner, and he's he's pretty much the one credited with coining the 3 V's: volume, velocity, and variety of big
Okay,
data.
the TV. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, he did it. If you go back and try and find like where this all came from.
Mhm.
And I told him, I said, you created a monster. I don't know. There's been people have tracked up to 42 different V's in big data. And I don't know a single topic intellectually that anybody has ever created where you can only describe it with words that begin with a single letter.
Yeah.
That's never happened before, right? So you could only say V, like, okay, then there was veracity, then there was value,
Velocity,
then there was,
volume. Yeah.
viscosity, this ridiculous number of and it became this parlor game
Yeah.
in the marketing space, in the data space, for people coming up with another V. And it just felt to me like just the wrong.
It's for
wrong-
marketing.
So,
It's good marketing, you know?
yeah. So being a marketing guy, I kind of like bristle at marketing that just doesn't really, that sounds cool, but doesn't have any technical accuracy. That's where I really came up with kind of this, helping the data story world by formalizing approach that says, yes, it's got to sound cool, but it's also has to be accurate. And you got to do something in the middle. So is it, to have a compelling narrative, you got to get people attracted to it. It has to be interesting. But if it doesn't have any real, it's sizzle and steak. If it's all sizzle, then there's nothing there. If it's all steak and nobody, gets attracted to it. So there's this balance there. And again, working at Dun & Bradstreet is a great example for me of a lot of folks with some expertise in the marketing space, but no grounding in the true reality of, in their case, data. So they come up with stuff that sounded really cool, but it was meaningless. And so you'd get folks who were who go, what does that even mean? I don't understand. And there's, it's rampant out there, right? So people, I think I might if I find enough, I might start picking at them in my show. I was going to call them data waffles.
Data waffle?
Example, a data waffle, I'm still working on this, so tell me if this sounds like a data waffle is a piece of marketing in the data space that is there only to sound like it's something new and cool that people are trying to establish, but it really doesn't have any true new relevance, and it's not really based on any, like it's more around trying to position people's offerings.
Right.
So I call it the Mean Girls School of Marketing. If you remember Mean Girls.
Yeah, of course.
There's this moment where one of the girls is going, oh, that's so fetch. And then the main girl goes, stop trying to make fetch a thing. It's not going to happen. Fetch is not going to happen. That's what I think of when I see like these new terms that people come up with that are clearly just based on a bunch of, smart marketing people trying to come up with something snappy and cool. And
so I've got questions. So how many times have you seen Mean Girls? I mean, this is you said that verbatim.
Your question, or is that coming up in the see, I told you I'd have no problem helping you fill 4 hours. So I saw Mean Girls when it first came out, and my daughter, mind if I sit back a little bit? I went with my daughter. I went with my daughter and her friends. And my daughter, was like, I don't know, early teenager, and any of you guys out there who have daughters and teenage, there's a certain relationship that's kind of a combination of just like complete devotion and you can't even breathe right sometimes.
Yeah.
Like it's like, oh, dad. It's like, forget about dad jokes. It's just like there's something almost radioactive. So I'm bringing her and her friends to see this, to see Mean Girls. And she's like, you can't sit with us. I said, I can't be the only like middle-aged guy in this theater sitting alone during Mean Girls. That's not going to look good. I'll sit behind you, but I cannot be like totally separate. I
know that would be a little awkward.
Yeah, they're going to think I'm some kind of weirdo. So there's my Mean Girl story for you.
That's a good explanation. Let's see. Michael Larson has a question. So he's asking, good data story, sad face, happy face. I'm not really sure what that means, Michael. You might have to.
I don't know. Somebody thought this was a Minnesota Vikings shirt. Not
I don't
really.
know.
I don't want to lose your branding. It's like 3 stripes on here.
No, you can't zip it up, man. You have to keep the
No,
data.
gotta keep it.
But I was thinking, I think when we spoke on Friday, right, on your live stream about the data story and is there a story without analytics? And for some reason, as soon as we hung up, I remembered something else I wanted to share. So maybe we talk about that now. Basically, I forget which course I was taking, but in that course, it was very early stages when I was just getting into data. They said that one data point on its own is already a data story. So,
Oh, good.
for example, a sale that was made at Walmart of, let's just say, toilet paper, because that seems to be all that people are buying these days. That already tells you a story. That little dot, that little blip in your graph already gives you some insight as to the person went and they bought toilet paper. Then must have had a need. Like, you can go on and on about what that story could potentially be based on the the information that you're collecting. In some cases, Walmart collects, or other companies collect, more data than they potentially need to, and you can build a bigger story. So definitely agree with you that a data story does not really need analytics to become a story.
Yeah, and and a lot of that's based on, again, it's not, but it's where my passion comes in, sort of defending the data management side. It is constant. You can find it in people's LinkedIn profile in their headline. They will say things like, data without insight has no value. Really? Do you have to pick on data as like being meaningless? There's a lot of work that goes on to get data to a point where anybody can even do analytics with it. And so I'm always, and I feel like it's, for a lot of those folks in that mindset, it's either or. It's like, this is worth nothing unless you have the stuff that I do, which is all the value. And my position is a little more, I think, collaborative. It's like, we both have value. Okay. Get back to the food meal thing. And so that's why, anytime I see that, I'm like, this, data without analytics has no value. I said, that's like saying, what's important is the meal and not the food.
Not the ingredients, yeah.
Which is a ridiculous thing to say.
And we spoke about food earlier today with Randall when he joined the live stream. So
I know.
It all ties in together. This is all one big show.
All right. Well, you got a couple of motifs going here. That's good, because you got another 2 hours to burn. Unless, I was thinking maybe you want to go off for a minute, take a little break.
Can you keep the ball rolling? Can you keep it going? I'm going to go make coffee.
Go make some coffee there. I'll take over. No problem. Hi, everybody. Scott Taylor, the Data Whisperer here, taking over Kate's live stream just because I have no trouble talking forever. So let's see who we got here. Excuse me, got to go change my LinkedIn profile, says Greg. Yeah, you better, Greg. I saw you're up there. Okay, it's a structure for data storytelling. Time to hit the lobby. What else we got here? Give me a big stack of data waffles. You like that term? There's also veracity. Yeah, so again, veracity. Why does everything have to start with V? Okay, why is that important? It's a word game. Is that what we want to do? So those of you just turning in, thinking you're going to see Kate, world-renowned Kate Strachnyi, the 2-time LinkedIn voice for data science and analytics, and 5-time author and a marathon runner. You're getting me instead. So I'm filling in. We're going to tell our affiliates we're going wrong today. So she's off making coffee, and I'm trying to spell her, just like in the Jerry Lewis telethon where, Ed McMahon would walk in. Anybody remember that? We're just trying to keep it going. So Herb says, hey, Scott. Hi there. Victory, says Trip. Yeah, sure. Anything with a V, right? Vomit. Does that work? Would you use that? Absolutely not. So volume, velocity, variety, just leave it at that. And again, my opinion is big data is just a marketing story. That's all it is. It's just business data because what I believe is, anytime I've seen anybody do a big data presentation, literally every time I've seen somebody do it, I went to the DAMA presentations. I've done a bunch of them. If I get a chance to say something, I'll look at an example that somebody said and I say, how is that different? How is that big data example different than just using lots and lots of data? So if you think about, all right, every Walmart across the country can take its product set and reevaluate it and change the facings in every store to match the consumer demographics. And they take a trading area and they pull in all this census data. They take all of the sales tracking data on a daily basis from every SKU across all the stores. Gee, oh, that sounds big. They were doing that 20 years ago. Okay, it's called scanner data. It was basic census demographics. Certainly didn't have social in it, but Nielsen, IRI, Randall was talking about those folks before. Consumer packaged goods companies and retailers have been using lots and lots and lots of data in ways that folks today might just almost be catching up with in terms of the scope. So I do get the unstructured part. That for me is the most important part of data making data big, is that it lacks structure. And once you put structure on it, you can begin to do a lot of other things with it, which brings me to one of my other 10 commandments. Structured data works harder than unstructured data. Well, Kate's back. There was no way.
Hello, thank you so much for
your own show.
helping.
I think I filled some time for you. No problem.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so we're in the basement, and my mom said she's just gonna run down and get some stuff. And I'm like, okay, there's a guy. He's gonna be talking to himself. Don't be alarmed.
No problem. Yeah, I think I've successfully gotten you down to 2 followers. Hello to both of you out there. Thanks for sticking with us, both of you.
Oh my God,
Glad to have you.
that's
So,
hilarious. No,
what
we
else
still
do
have
you
32 people on. I wonder how many people are on from the beginning. I'd be surprised if there are any because this is a long time to be.
This is a long time. Again, you're at the halfway mark here.
Oh, I know, 4 minutes left, and then I'm gonna post about the fact that it's halfway through. But thank you.
Halfway through.
I got my coffee, and I've got some cookies here, so I'm gonna eat when I get some other guests on to come and start talking. A lot
Okay.
easier to get guests on though, because then it's not just me talking to my laptop. So
Yeah, and me, I could just go forever. Clearly,
you should do a 4-hour live stream.
I should do it. It's a bit too much. I break it up and try to be a little more atomized. Is that what the kids call it, right? So kind of chop it all up here. What
Yeah.
else we got in the Data Whisperer back room that we can show you?
All right, while you look there, we've got a couple of comments here. So we've got Greg saying he'll have a big stack of the data waffles.
Big stack of data waffles. We love Greg.
Alistair Moore from iData. He's loving the Minnesota Vikings team colors. All right. He agrees with the words words for marketing. But in all the gems, okay, he's saying in all the bad, some gems do come out, like Twitter.
Oh, of course. Yeah. There's always some. It's got to have relevance. It's got to be real. So the latest one I was picking on, if anybody's on there, Data Lakehouse. So
Yeah.
it's like a combination of a warehouse and a lake, and it's being promoted. And nothing against the people who are doing it. I mean, I'd love to talk to those guys and understand how that terminology adds more value. That's what I'm about, because this is all based for me on how do we get more support for data management. It's not based on just being a linguistic cop and picking on folks who come up with wacky terms. I mean, I come up with plenty of them. I try and spin out a bunch of terms too and trying to get people excited about the messaging or whatever. But when you're with your senior leadership, who, as I often say, have all the money and no time to understand, the nuances, do you walk in there and say, hey, boss, we need a new data lakehouse. That's what we need. I don't think it's about the particular technology or the specific term that somebody's come up with for their new offering. And it gets distracting. And you can spend a lot of time explaining what you mean instead of helping people find the value out of what you've got.
Yeah.
And that can be a challenge. I mean, it goes early in my career. I used to sell advertising space, and I worked for this company, this publisher, and there was a guy that I love these people who worked there because they'd been there for 20, 30 years and sold ad space back like truly in the Mad Men era, right? So they're Madison Avenue, they'd get on the train and go out to, and one of this great guy became a mentor of mine, Bill Everett. He's passed, but he was just like really early on encouraged me like crazy. Like all the wacky stuff I do now, I wouldn't have the confidence to do if I hadn't had someone like him early on go, you got to do it. You got to do the crazy stuff, because he did all that too.
Yeah.
And he said that they had this marketing person who used to work for this magazine called Woman's Home Companion. Okay, so this goes way back. It was a woman's service book. It was in big advertisers in there, Procter and Gamble and Lever Brothers and Campbell Soup and stuff like that. So one of their marketing people came up with this great idea, this mannequin head. And the mannequin head was a woman's head. And you'd open it up, and the presentation was, what's on the mind of the American woman? And you'd open up this mannequin head and you pull out like a little baby. Oh, she's got a kid. Or then, it was all very, now it seemed very sexist, but this was in like the early 60s. So that's how all these guys, you pull out like all these little toys. So it sounded fun, but oh, here's furniture, and here's her family, and here's like, a car and all these things. And they were trained to try and do that. Now, these are guys who literally 3 martini lunch, Madison Avenue, not into this at all. And these marketing people put this whole idea together. They built these special cases. So the sales reps could put this mannequin head in, and they had it all fitted. He said, we'd get on a train, we'd go to New York, we'd go to the lockers in Grand Central Station, we'd put the case in the locker, and then we'd go off and have our lunch with the advertising agency. It's just like completely ignored it. So I remember that as well, because sometimes what happens is the marketing people, it doesn't get out into the field. It doesn't stick. So they spend a lot of time, a lot of enablement time, a lot of wasted time with their sales force trying to get them to speak some brand new language that they have to then teach the buying community. And if there's a way to shortcut that by leveraging what already exists, that's my angle. Why teach somebody an entirely new language just for the sake of it? So anyway, how's that work? I'll take a break now.
Perfect. I just see a couple more comments. So Herb says he has a topic. So Herb, if you want to join, definitely let me know.
Bring them on.
Definitely let me know. We can kick Scott out. He can talk forever, apparently. So Lori Benjamin's asking, is this a data telethon, aka a datathon? Yes, it's a data marathon. I should have called it that. Where were you earlier? Great.
That's a good one.
And Lori, you're definitely welcome to join as well. I'm just trying to get people I haven't met yet. So you're a data management consultant at Delta Airlines. It definitely would be fun to hear from you. And for those who are just tuning in, if you're not sure what's happening, I am going live for 4 hours. This is Scott Taylor here. He is the the sixth guest of the day. And you can, I love it. This is like America's Got Talent, where they used to say, vote for number 6 or something. And then they would stand
That's
around.
right. Call in, dial in. We want to keep me in. American vote.
Dial in and vote, America. Yes. Anyways, so if you want to join and come on, and have fun chatting, we can literally talk about anything. At some point, we've talked about food. We spoke about shoes, data quality, and I'd like to keep it focused more on the data side, but if you wanted to go off and talk about anything else, we can do that as well.
Shoe data, food data, coffee data.
It's all data.
It's all data. It's all data.
Yes. But this is, I think I'm having fun. This is an experiment. Let's see. A couple more comments. Michael said we need data kitchens. Russell Willis, Scott, Data Lakehouse sounds like a place where you sit on the jetty to fish for some quality data. Is that what happens at a lakehouse?
I don't know. I got these guys did it, and people just jump. It's like the newest thing, Data Lakehouse. It's just like, really? I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what their offering is. I just look at the headlines. That's what I look. I look kind of at the headlines, look at the marketing, try and figure out if is this a brand new thing or is this BS? And, just try and be that self-described monitor for that, because clarity of thought, the words we use are important. The way you describe this to the people who don't understand it is critical for your success in the data space if you work at an enterprise that isn't spending enough on data management, and that would be all of them. So none of them are spending enough on data management because very few of them understand the strategic value, and they tend to not because you walk up to, you get a presentation with your board. You don't talk to them about your reference data architecture and your, analytics graph hub fabric mesh. You just, those words mean nothing to them. And if you do want to explain it to them, you will waste all the time you got. And they'll think, okay, now I understand what an analytics graph hub fabric mesh is. Thank you very much. We got another meeting. It's like, was it? No. So customer, product, customer experience, grow, improve, protect. Those are three things that most companies do most of the time with most of their data. Focus on that. And that's my advice and my observation would be you'll be a resounding success. So
yeah.
How's that
I
for a
love your
second?
energy, Scott. You could be talking about anything. I just love how excited you get, how passionate you get.
Thank you, Kate.
All right, I think we do have our next speaker. Oh, there he is.
Tiger team meeting, so I gotta go. Bye-bye.
All right, Scott. Well, thank you so much, guys. This was Scott Taylor, the Data Whisperer. He seemed to have rolled away with his tiger. Won't interrupt that meeting. But thank you again. We're gonna bring on Urpes, and we're gonna talk about whatever he wants to talk about, I guess.
All right. Cheers.
But thanks again. All right. Bye.
Thanks.
All right. Hello. Hello,
Hey.
sir. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you, Kate?
I am doing great. Is the name Herb or Herb? I never know what the right way is.
It's Herb.
Herb. There you
have to
go.
say
All
the
right.
H.
That's everyone. Welcome to the show. Thank you for joining.
Oh,
Your-
this is a wonderful way to start a Monday morning.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's still morning. It's afternoon
Well,
for me.
No, I'm down here near Philly, so it's morning. No, it's afternoon.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're in Philly, it should be in my time zone. But I
Sorry.
wasn't about to question it. All right.
Yeah.
So, do you want to talk a little bit about who you are, what you do, and I will have my coffee for now.
Hey, Kate, that's great. Enjoy your coffee. You might even need a restroom break. Who knows? After 4 hours, when I've taught virtually or in the classroom, 4 hours is a long stretch. But I'm out of Philly, and I'm a BI professional working with old-time technology, business objects, crystal reports, web intelligence, things like that. And I'm helping a lot of family-run businesses that are, I call them mid-market, maybe 100 million to 500 million in revenue generally. And also have a couple interesting clients, like a professional sports team that I can't name on the air. And they've been doing some great things with in-memory data and predictive analytics, and not in terms of the player area, but the marketing and sales area as well. So they're really focused on customer satisfaction, customer engagement, and bringing the customers into the stadium in a very predictable manner. They partner with another large food service vendor, and they use that data also to do predictions 2 weeks in advance of the actual attendance. It helps staffing, it helps with supply chain issues, things like that. So, having a lot of fun with data at all types of levels these days.
Awesome. Having fun is what it's all about. And I saw your comment here where you want to talk about Tinkercad or something kids can do while they're at home and to learn a bit about coding, data electronics. Are you using something, or how are you involved with this?
Just my kids are 15 and 17. The 15-year-old, well, they're both technically oriented, but the 15-year-old, since age 12, he's been disassembling old junk computers, reassembling them, soldering in new parts. He's got a couple computers hooked up to some public-facing IP addresses in my office here. So I'd like to see that encouraged. And, he's an exception. And your children, as they grow up, they're going to have your influence. But a lot of young people these days, I think they don't know what's going on behind the glass. They don't know actually what the technology is doing behind the scenes. So AutoCAD, the folks who make, or Autodesk, folks who make AutoCAD software, produce Tinkercad. I just wanted to share it out because I think it's a cool thing for parents to know about, especially with the homeschooling going on.
Mm-hmm.
That the Tinkercad enables 3 types of design. One is 3-dimensional and one is electronics, and there's one more, and I couldn't even remember what it is. But the electronics, to me, are fun. It allows you to use an Arduino. So you probably know what that is, I'm sure, but that's a microprocessor on a board which can plug into sensors. It can plug into a variety of different electronic gizmos, maybe a fan or a motor. You can turn it into a little car. You can turn it into a moisture sensor for plants. You can turn it into a burglar alarm. But the nice thing about Tinkercad is that it allows you to see these devices as they physically exist. You look at it, and it's as if you're looking at the real device. And it gives you a whole library of little attachments, and then you simply use a stylus or mouse, whatever, to draw the electronic connection. It then allows you to stimulate the activity of the electronics you just built. And what's even more fun about this is that if you wanted to have an actual Arduino, an actual device, and actual components, it's just a few dollars. It doesn't cost very much, but you can use Tinkercad for free. And you can program the microprocessor. Essentially, you do it the same way you do it in real life, plugging in a USB. But there's actually ways for anybody, and young people especially, to learn a little bit about coding and generating some data. And eventually, I can see myself putting together a couple little kits or projects that kids could use to maybe build something which would be very project-based and interactive, and then take that data and do some analytics on it. So it might fit in as an example in some of your content later too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even my kids now, they're on their iPads, and mine are younger. They're about almost 4 and 5 years old. And my 5-year-old came up to me recently, and she had this app, because obviously there are ads for everything on your iPad, right? You're doing one thing, there are 5 ads for something else. She's like, look, there's this coding app. We should get it so then we can code together. And I'm like, oh, that's cute. So there's definitely things out there.
Yeah. Well, it's so great to hear that they're tuned into what you're doing and they have an interest. And I love the fact that you've taught them a bit about visualization, charts and graphs, and using the Skittles. If I put Skittles down, they would be eaten before the graphs got created.
Yeah, I think they think it's fun. And even the data literacy book that I was talking about earlier today, that they basically helped me write it, because when it started out, I used their names as the characters, and then we ended up changing the names just for privacy issues, right? Let's not put the kids' names out there.
No.
They loved seeing their own little names in there, and they were reading the book and helping me pick the visuals for the book. So it was really fun to take them on that journey, because somebody else commented, now with telework, there are a lot less bring your kids to work days, because most kids are in school, and most people, a lot of people are working remotely, especially now because we have to be working remotely. But even before the pandemic, right, I spent about 4 or 5 years working from home. So I would never be able to bring my kids to work. Now I think Career Day is really the only way that we can have some exposure and some influence on the kids in terms of careers and possibilities.
Yeah, what has surprised you the most about sharing your love of data with your kids? Have they come up with some thoughts or some questions that you just didn't expect at all?
One thing I didn't expect was in the past month or so, I spent a lot of time going into the office, and I was getting to the point where I was going to stop going into the office, and I hadn't shared it with them just yet. But my 5-year-old was telling me, why do you even have to work? Why can't you just stop working? And I told her, okay, fine, I'll be home more. And then she's like, but wait, who's going to do the data? So she had this worry. She's like, she thinks I'm the only one who can do the data, whatever that means in her mind. It's just interesting that they listen, they pay attention. She tries to, she understands a lot of the bar charts, the line charts. We do parts of that. And I'm, like I was saying earlier, I'm going to incorporate sections of it in the homeschooling. I don't know why I didn't think about that before. It would be so much fun for me to teach them more in-depth concepts when it comes to data visualization, and just don't want to overwhelm them either. They're pretty young, so I think as they grow up, I'm hoping that interest stays with them.
Well, I think maybe peering ahead into the future for you, one of the things that your other guests talked about was Common Core and how sometimes the brains are not fully developed to accept certain concepts that are being taught. And I can remember inflicting trauma on my fourth grade daughter, helping her with math, and just really getting angry and frustrated. And she was too, getting angry and frustrated with me. And she just wasn't ready to learn. Her brain didn't have all those connections that it needed. And also, one of the difficulties for parents is that, and it's funny, I was watching The Incredibles 2 last night just to get a little relaxation on Netflix, and they had the scene perfectly framed. It was the father trying to teach the son math, and the son says, "Well, Dad, that's not the way they teach it in school." So for folks that are a little older, we learn things even in a different modality or different methodology than what's being taught today.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind as you introduce concepts. It sounds like you've got it in mind as well, that they may be ready, they may not be ready. And the things that seem so natural and normal for us are sometimes out of their grasp.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I think, especially when you're learning new things like coding or something that is complex, I think it's usually good to take a course from somebody who's also going through, basically not somebody who's extremely advanced, somebody who's closer to your level, but maybe a few steps ahead, because they know your challenges, they know your mindset, they know your thinking, and you can relate to them a bit more. So I think definitely have to think about mindset and what are people thinking as they go on their own journey, children and adults. I think learning a new skill is always complicated, and if we can make it easier and more relatable, then we definitely have to.
I've had the privilege until training went virtual. I was training since the 1980s, frankly, and on BI and analytics since the 1990s, and it's a real pleasure. But it's important for folks who are, like you say, that are learning, maybe work with somebody who's just a little bit ahead of them.
Yeah.
Or if you're in that position where you're training or teaching others, it's not a showcase for your own talent so much as it's a chance for you to get to a level where you're just leading, just by a little bit, leading the group, because in many cases, they have their own job to do. Data and data manipulation is something new for them. It's not something they can devote full time to. But it's great when they have successes and you see the joy in their face of actually taking some information and making it useful, and knowing that when you leave, they're actually going to have a better work experience.
Yeah, it's very satisfying.
Absolutely. Well, there's a lot of other things I could talk about, but I think I was just putting the plug in for all the parents that are home tearing their hair out like me. There is anxiety. The kids are feeling some tension because they're in a different environment, and there's this news about this disease they don't really know everything about. So it's always important for us to stay tuned into our kids and be reassuring to them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to hop in and join. Makes my live stream a lot easier to have guests. So thank you so much for raising your hand and jumping on. I know live streaming is not for everyone, so I'm very, very happy that had so many guests jump in. So thank you again.
You've been a big help to so many of us and a big contributor, and I really appreciate your tireless energy, Kate.
It's not tireless, but thank you. The coffee will.
All right.
And the cookies. All right. Thank you.
Take care.
Great. Okay. That was awesome. All right. I wanted to see if there are other people that want to join the live stream. Let's see. There are a bunch of comments. Let me just get caught up quickly. Alice there says, Scott Taylor, could you please talk about the foundation pillars required for MDM in simple terms? Well, Alice there, Scott Taylor has left the building. So I'm not sure if I missed that comment from before. And Michael says he is back. Helly says, it is lunchtime. Not for me. I'm going to eat after this live stream. So I have about an hour and 40 minutes left. And okay, gonna say this one more time. If anybody wants to join, let me know in the comments. I'm gonna go to my list of topics of things I was planning to chat about. Okay, online courses. I think we touched on it a little bit, but I wanted to let you know that there are a couple of schools out there that are actually providing free online training. Udacity is one of them, Coursera is another. I'm not sure if all the courses are open and how long they're open for, but I know for at least a couple of months you have this great opportunity, if you have the self-discipline and the interest, to really self-invest and take the time that you might be commuting to work, or even wake up earlier in the morning if you're fine with that, or stay up later. But you can definitely take advantage of the opportunity to learn the skills that you've been needing to learn. For me, there are several courses that I'm currently taking, and maybe I will just I'll let you know some of the courses I'm taking. If anyone's interested, I can talk about those topics. But there's a video editing course that I'm taking, a Smart from Scratch from Pat Flynn, Launch Leader, Jennifer Kem, Blogging Bootcamp, Email List Academy. I'm learning a bunch of new things about email lists. And speaking of which, if you guys want to subscribe to my email list, you go to storybydata.com and then just scroll down a little bit and you'll see there's a little form that asks you for your name and your email, and you can go ahead and join my email list. I do promise not to spam. I actually hardly ever send emails out. I need to be better at it. Then I'm taking Up and Running with Power BI with Chris Dutton, and then Business Analysis with R with Matt Dancho. Now, let me just talk briefly about the Power BI course. I took about 20 or 30 minutes today and spent some time on the query editor in Power BI. Really interesting stuff. I might do a little demo video later in the week, but it's really easy to clean up your data in Power BI. I've been known to be a Tableau user in the past. Right now, I'm learning more about Qlik and Power BI as kind of alternatives because I think they're all very similar. But really loving the course so far, Chris. Again, Chris Dutton. This is a course on Udemy in case somebody's interested. And then obviously I love the Business Analysis with R course from Business Science University with Matt Dancho. He definitely breaks it down. I feel like the Power BI is a little easier for me to learn because of my background in Tableau and data visualization. And the course with R, I'm just learning a lot about programming in general. So that's really helpful. All right, gonna quickly check in with the comments. So Greg says, nice job, Herb. Yes, that was great. Thank you so much for joining. Let's see. Alistair is asking, sorry, is there an order? I'm not sure what your question is. Maybe I missed something earlier on. Michael says, live stream marathon Kate. Yes. This is my form of marathon. Okay. Robin Rappaport says there are free webinars in Dataversity. So do check that out if you're looking for webinars. Let's see. I've got another message here. Manan messaged me and asked if we can share screen while doing LinkedIn Live and they can do a Tableau demo. Yeah, we can do it. We can absolutely share screen. I can share screen. You can share screen. This is the power of StreamYard. I actually really love it. So awesome. Okay, let me go back and see if there are any more comments. So on the online courses, definitely take advantage of that. And I spoke about this a little bit earlier, but what I do is I try to dedicate 20 minutes to each course. I couldn't do it as much on the weekend because kids and life and family and house cleaning and stuff like that. But definitely for the next 5 days, I plan to take at least 20 minutes for each of those 7 courses. In some cases, I go a little bit over. In some cases, I go a little under, depending on where is like a natural stopping point in the course. But definitely a really good way for continuously learning and self-improvement. Okay. Let's see. The other thing I wanted to talk about. Okay, Robert, the MetaMaster wants to hop on. All right, so let me go ahead and send Robert the link before, let's see, copy link. I'm gonna send Robert the link before I go into my next topic to give him time to hop in. Thanks, Robert. So Robert is the MetaMaster. Okay, he's helping you to better use metadata to improve tangible business outcomes. All right, Robert, here you go. Sent you the link. Okay, and Manan Verma is actually going to do a basic Tableau demo on LinkedIn data. That's going to be fun. Here is the link. I'll send him the link. And Manan, you can go in about, I guess, 10, 15 minutes after Robert. So Robert, whenever you're ready, just click the link. It'll bring you into the green screen of the StreamYard, and then I'll bring you on once I see you there. In the meantime, let's see if there's any more questions. Okay, Helly Desai is asking, when is the best time to start data science, data analysis? Is it when a company has a huge amount of data or a startup with little amount of data? I honestly don't think that it matters as much as long as you know what your business outcome that you're looking for is. I think defining that is the most important thing, whether you have a lot of data or a little data. Obviously, you know, there's that notion of the more data, the more insights. I don't believe that, because sometimes the more data you have, the more clutter you might have, the more confusion you might run into. So I think if you've got enough data to start with, you should just get started now and then make sure that whatever tools you're using are able to scale for when you have more data, so you don't have to kind of rebuild the whole process. But yeah, I think you can start where you are. Sorry, the coffee really is good. I'm not sure if everyone, if everyone's a coffee drinker. All right, I see Robert is here. I'm gonna go ahead and bring you in, Robert. I don't believe that, because sometimes the more data you Robert?
Hi.
You're live, man.
Am I live?
You are. You might want to turn off the laptop so we can not hear the echo. I hear myself talking. So.
That was a shock. That was really quick. Okay,
yeah. Pretty easy to get on here. So why don't you tell everybody a little bit about yourself, who you are and what you do?
Yeah, I'm Robert Vane. I'm the co-founder of Q6 FSA, a enterprise information architecture methodology with my co-founder, John O'Gorman. So we deal with the MetaMaster, basically. We deal with the foundational stuff that Scott Taylor is so keen on, basically. So Scott Taylor sells the sexy side of it. We basically we're where the rubber hits the road. Basically, we are the people who actually deliver. So that's kind of what we do. But really, what I want to talk about today is what's your end game? What is the end game of all this? So lots and lots of people doing lots of things. I mean, we all know that the data industry is huge. Trillions of dollars, and people doing dashboards here and people doing classification over there and all that kind of stuff. But what's the end game? What do you think the end game is?
For who specifically?
For the world, basically. So why are we doing all this?
That's a loaded question, man.
Yeah. See, they'll put you on the spot. So.
I'm going to ask you the same question right back.
Okay, you carry on. Yeah. Well, yeah. So yeah, it's. I get the feeling that the IT industry is kind of like it's kind of a little bit self-serving. It may sound a bit harsh, but it's a little bit self-serving now. And there's this kind of status quo thing going on where we're spending an awful lot of time basically treading water, doing all sorts of stuff, and not necessarily getting anywhere. I actually think we're in the same place that we were 25 years ago. We still have the application spaghetti. We still have integrations everywhere. We still have there's that kind of application-centric mindset going on. So we're data people. What's our end game? So I'm getting to the feeling that really our end game should be more around having less data, doing more.
Doing more of what?
I'm not sure how you feel about that.
No, the question. So you're saying less data and doing more. Elaborate on that. What do you mean by doing more?
Well, I mean, most if you look at any particular industry, it pretty much works with the same data, doesn't it? So if you were to define, say, a utility company, yeah, and then look at the next utility company, and then the next one, it uses the same data.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much the same stuff. Yeah. So, but we're creating all these solutions over and over again.
Yeah.
Every time we go into them. So kind of what's the point? Are we just wasting lots of time here?
So Susan Walsh has an answer for you. She
Yeah.
says it's to have better data.
Have better data. So define better data is the question. So, you know, okay, so a utility company will have lots of data about its network. Yeah, it'll have data about its customers, about its its generation, all that kind of stuff. So it's all the same kind of data. So yes, you can basically have situations where that data isn't entered very well, and there's loads of facets around there. There's loads of facets. It could well be. It doesn't necessarily have to be people typing the wrong things in the right field, wrong field, all that kind of like sort of simple stuff. It could be, yeah, not understanding the process. So it could be the right data at the wrong time. And there's all these sort of combinations that in theory you can go through there. But I feel that as an industry, we need to get more towards generating or modeling business systems that use data rather than modeling data to try and figure out what the business system was. And that's just kind of my sort of impression that we're getting ourselves into that sort of almost that status quo on this application spaghetti, and we're treading water, basically bringing it all together and cleansing it and moving it all into the middle and chewing on it and doing big data and creating dashboards. And actually what we should be doing is simplifying the whole thing.
So is that what you do? I see you're the co-founder of the Q6 FSA method. Is that what you do with that company, or?
That's what we do, yes. But I'm not here to plug that. I'm talking about.
No, I'm not saying you're here to plug anything. I just like to know what the company does.
Yeah. So yeah, we're a business first sort of methodology, business language first. So, but I guess the conversation here is more: are we actually doing the right thing? If you look at yourself, stand on the moon, say, and look at the industry that we're in, and basically look at, are we actually doing the right things? That's a good question. Are we doing the right things? I'm not sure what people are actually responding to on the thread here.
Yeah, we've got a couple comments. So, get data to be more accurate, because we'll never be 100% accurate. Be more consistent.
So they just sound like sound bites to me. What do we mean by that? What do we mean by more consistent? How does that manifest itself in the real world?
More consistent?
Yeah.
You want me to bring her on? Susan, you want to hop back on and talk to Robert? So Susan Walsh was the fourth speaker today. She was the fourth guest. Maybe you and her can get on a private chat.
I know Susan Walsh. She does some great stuff. We've had conversations in the background before. Yeah, she does some great stuff. Yeah, we can't deal more with the foundational stuff. So without that sort of foundation underneath you, then everything you do on top of that pretty much is not necessarily going to be of value as much value as you think it should be.
I have a question. This Q6 FSA method, what is that number in those letters? What does it all stand for?
So Q6 is the six honest questions. So what, where, why, how, when, and the other one.
How?
So I can remember who. Is it who?
Oh, I thought you said who already. Who, what, where, when, why, how. That's how I used to remember it. But okay.
Yeah. So that's about basically, yeah. If you don't know those six things, then you don't know about your data. Okay. And FSA is a different way of classifying concepts basically into subject areas rather than to business entities. So it's just the way that we kind of do it. And there's loads of maths behind it. If you want to have a lesson on set theory, I don't.
No, thanks.
No, I don't either. No. Yeah, so we use a kind of a different type of set theory, different sort of maths, we say, to get to the same answer as most other people. So we use a sort of set theory thing rather than that predicate logic sort of triple thing, where we use a different sort of maths to get to the same answer. But yeah.
Okay, so your message to the people today is we should consider what we're doing and why we're doing it and how do we do it better?
Yeah, and just have an end game, because it's fine. It's great to have lots of nice dashboards. It's great to basically be churning away and and keeping busy and cleansing stuff and all that kind of nice activity that pays the bills. But is that really what business needs? Is I kind of had a bit of an epiphany, should we say, 5 years ago, because one of the monikers that I use is that I spent 25 years basically doing it wrong, and now I'm trying to do it right for the next 5 years. So, and I think quite a lot of what we do, I think we should just challenge ourselves a bit more and basically say, actually, is what we're doing actually business value, or is what we're actually doing actually just for the sake of IT? For the sake that we can, because we have the technology to do it.
Yeah. Okay, so got a couple more comments. Greg says, understand who owns the data. Identify and separate spurious noise from useful/valuable data before committing to a verified data set. And Herb is saying, what is the end game? Here's a complex thought. Scientists believe that very early life forms very fluidly traded DNA. After some period of time, organisms set up barriers. Okay, let's see. This is a whole essay. Herb, you're going to have to come back on the live chat, man.
Yeah. Okay, so next on is going to be Herb talking about the end game.
Herb was right before you, so.
Hopefully,
he already spoke. We spoke.
About the end game.
We spoke about kids and business intelligence. He was a lighter topic, man. You're coming here with.
Well, a mixture of topics. This is an info-a-thon.
Yes.
Is it not? Or a data?
It's a data-thon. It's a marathon with Data Speaks.
Or a knowledge-a-thon, knowledge management-a-thon.
Yeah.
Could be a breath-a-thon. You never know. We don't know any of those things. Anyway, that's all I came up to say.
Also, Robert Rain, thank you so much. Any place people should go and check you out with company name, company site?
Oh yeah, just my LinkedIn, Q6FSA. If you look at my LinkedIn profile, it's got links everywhere. So yeah, you can see what we do and why we do it. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining. You were the 8th guest. I'm glad I started writing numbers next to people's names, so now I could tell you were the 8th guest without having to count everyone.
Number 8. I will always be number 8. Okay. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Have a good rest of your day.
Bye.
Bye. All right, let's check in on the comments. I really can't believe this has been happening for, 2.5 hours at this point? Okay, I'm going to refresh the comments. Susan says, I'm here. Thank you, Susan. I'm hoping people are not really, she's asking if we need more shoes. We always need more shoes. I think you should post a picture of those shoes at some point. Okay, let me go on. I know we had another guest, Manan Verma wanted to join, and stay tuned. He's actually going to share his screen and we're going to jump into Tableau. I think that's going to be fun. Let me just let him know that he can join, and I'm going to go ahead and bring him in once I see him in the green screen. Also, if you do have topics that you want to talk about that we have not covered and you want me to switch gears, we can do that as well. I have about an hour and 23 minutes left of this live stream. I'm wondering if it's just going to crash at the end at 4 hours, or, I'll still say goodbye and thank you once it's at the 4-hour mark. But let's see what LinkedIn tells me. Is it going to say, 4 hours is too much content, we can't handle it? Let's see what happens. Okay, let me go check on the green screen area. All right. They're not here yet, so I'm going to go ahead and flip to my other topic. So, homeschooling. Okay, this might be relevant for some people that have found themselves in the role of a school teacher in addition to whatever else they're used to doing. So if you, in the past 2 weeks, have had to take on the homeschooling role, I have a few tips to share. These are more targeted towards the younger group, but I'm not sure if this is going to be relevant to older kids, but I've actually set up a little routine in my house where from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. we do homeschooling. The kids are very excited about this because they know this is going to be 2 hours of very focused, structured time where we learn, we do projects, and I basically have a rotating list of things we do. Number one, we have a die. We roll a dice, right? They each take turns, and they get a number 1 through 6, and I have flashcards with words. So the words are the basic sight words, if, is, because, of, and, said, the common words that you would typically see in sentences. And I think it encourages kids to start learning how to read and write early on. So basically they roll the dice, they get a number 2, and then I give them a flashcard, and that means they have to write that word in their little notebook 2 times. And my 3-year-old always complains when she gets a 6 because she's like, and she gets a big word. She's like, oh my God, I'll be too tired after this. So I usually let her re-roll, and the 5-year-old understands because she's like, oh, she's a baby. But that's one thing we do. Then we have reading time where they try reading. I read to them. We basically take turns. We have different levels of books that we go through. And every day we learn about a new animal. So we have this big book of animals. Today was the snow leopard, not the white leopard, the snow leopard, and learn all about that. Pretty funny how they interpret things and they learn things. They actually retain a lot of information because I quiz them about the previous animals and questions like, where do they live in the world and what kind of diet do they have? And they retain all of that. Now we do they're basically different books, and we go through all of that. And it's been really great fun. I'm going to take a pause on the homeschooling because I see Manan Verma is here. So Manan, I'm going to go ahead and bring you in. And you're in. Hello. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Hi. How's everyone? How are you doing?
Doing great, man. Getting tired. I'm glad you're here. I'm going to continue drinking my coffee while you take over. So,
that's nice. What time it is in the US?
Before we get into it, you want to tell people where you're dialing in from, who you are, what you do?
Yeah. So my name is Manan Verma. I'm based in India. I'm based in Mumbai. So I see you have a lot of fan following from India. I see all the comments whenever I open up your live streaming. And apart from that, I currently lead the DevOps team at Upgrad. Upgrad is an online education company. We provide degree courses, diploma, different certification in data science, machine learning, AI, executive MBAs, digital marketing, and different streams. It's like Coursera and Udacity. But in India, we do have some Australian MBAs from Deakin University, and recently we launched an MBA from Liverpool Business School and an MS from Liverpool John Moores University as well. Previously, before the education domain, I used to work in travel industry. I was working with Make My Trip. Make My Trip is the largest travel firm in India.
Mm-hmm.
So, basically, my work revolves around data science and DevOps both. Like leading a DevOps team and having a MS in data science serves both the purposes. And,
awesome.
Yeah. How many people do we have right now?
So we've got about 25 people on now. It's been fluctuating. That's actually, if you guys see me writing something in my notebook, this is part of my experiment. I should have written this up in Excel or something because now I'm going to have to transpose all those numbers back into a spreadsheet. But we fluctuated between 70, 80. It goes up and down as the day goes on, and we have about an hour and 20 minutes left. So let's see how it continues on. I'm actually surprised we still have about 25 people on because it's such a long live session. I'm about to leave because I'm getting tired and hungry. But I wanted to see, so do you see something? You said you wanted to share your screen and do some Tableau, right?
Yeah. So as we...
Do you see where it says share screen towards the bottom?
Yeah. My screen is visible, I guess.
Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and...
No, you need to change, I guess.
Okay. I have to add it to the stream. There you go. Okay. So I'm going to... Okay, guys, if you can see a screen, say yes in the comments. So we'll make sure. I can see it in the stream here. I think yeah. I could see it. But if you guys can see it, please let me know to make sure that everyone can follow along. And let us know, what are you doing here?
So this is basically my LinkedIn data.
Okay, this is your LinkedIn data?
Yeah, my connections, when I connected with them.
All right.
So if I go to basically, so close here, and when I go to connected upon, I see a different type of graph over here. And like most of the connection which I made was in 2018. and it is like more than the gradual thing. If I see the basic average which I have over here, so the average is 4,000, and it is like way above average.
Wow, what happened there?
That is I'm drilling in. So if I go to 2018, so it is like the Q1 is kind of crazy. Who makes 6,000 connection in a 3-month time? So it's not an obvious thing. But when I go here, so it is a very different thing. So it was basic. So January was basically just 101 connections, and all the 3,500 connections came in the month of March. So
Okay.
March, yeah. So basically the reason behind this was March 2018 was the month when I graduated from the college, and I was looking for different opportunities. And if I even drill down, I see a different trend over the weekends. Every weekend, I see a jump of close to 300 connection, and same goes with the number of conversations as well. So I was talking to more and more people in the market to know about is the buzz about data science and how do I deal with it and how do I go about it, what are the resources I should be learning about, and similar things.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, and if I go back my conversations, so yeah, I guess I have the conversations data also. It's called messages. So this is the messages data. What message I sent to whom and who sent me what message.
Mm-hmm.
So if I go to the messages and I just go to the content and I remove the null because null is blank messages. And if I do a basic sort and then sort by the color and add some text over it. So yeah, we see the most of the messages are thank you, congrats for the new job, congrats on the new role, hi, happy birthday. These are the pre-decided text which LinkedIn provides you. Whenever you open a text window, you see like 3 different boxes underneath, and you have to click to one of those.
Right.
And if I go to a little below, so if this is my contact number, I just keep it only, and then I see send to. So I get a number of people who I send my contact details to, and similarly, I can just go back and can do the same for my email address as well. If I go, so send my this is my email address. I just skip this. I just said whom do I send. So these are the 5 people I recently in the last some time I send my email address to. So we can just go back rather than going to scrolling all the messages. Something if you are currently looking for job, if you're having a discussion with some people, all the people who are looking for jobs currently or are in the last year, you can just check back the data where all the people what all the people you need to follow up to, what all the people you had the most conversations with.
Yeah, this is really cool. Thank you. I remember I analyzed some of my connection data, and one insight I had was 97% of the connections I had were inbound, meaning they asked me to connect, right? And only 3% of was me asking somebody else to connect. And I took that as an interesting insight because I realized I'm not controlling my network. My network is more, controlling me in terms of who I'm connected with. So that I became a lot more active in terms of adding the people that I want in my network. Not that the people who connect with me I don't want in my network, but I'm doing it almost mindlessly in adding most of the people who invite me as a connection. But then I definitely use that data to make a data-driven decision to connect with more people that I'm interested in.
Yeah, exactly. That makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Checking upon your different social networks is very much needed at times. Like how are your social media profiles performing? How's your Instagram going? And all the data is nowadays it is very much easy to just write a scrapper and see all your data and how your competitors are doing. If I say about the organization wise, you can see the top 5 organization in the same domain, how they are performing, how much content do they put on YouTube, how much engagement do they get on Instagram, and you can aim for the similar numbers and see where are you standing regarding the whole domain.
Yeah, absolutely. I do something similar with LinkedIn company pages because you can actually add pages that you think are your, not competitors, but basically similar type companies, and you could see how many posts they have, how much engagement they're getting, how many new followers they're getting on I think every 30 days or so you can run that analysis. So it's pretty cool. I think in the future we'll be able to get more data to analyze. That's always fun for
Yeah.
me. So
Yeah, exactly. And the new website called Linkalize is also good. It gives you a lot of data, and it has your picture on the website.
Yes, I think it has anyone who submitted. I think it's kind of scrolling. I'm not associated
yeah.
with Linkalize in
Yeah.
any way.
Yeah. When I was checking, I saw your picture over that.
Yeah, you saw
That's
my
when I-
picture. That's interesting.
Exactly. So
All right.
that's great.
Yeah, Linkalize is interesting. Somebody else, Randall Constant, he was on earlier. He mentioned Shield app.ai, which also gives you, I'm actually going to make a note to check that out. It gives you data on how your content is performing over time.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
So I don't know if it's free. I like free stuff, so I'm going to go check if it's free. I'll play with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Even nowadays, what I'm doing, I'm just keeping all my what I did with my LinkedIn data. I copied all my previous posts and I put it to the AWS Comprehend and see the positive and the negative rating of my content and the comments which I received to just see how much is the positive and the negative score from the data and how much are the motivational thing and how much are the tech related things, to always keep a balance. Like, I don't want to become a motivation only thing on LinkedIn. Just keeping the balance between the Monday motivation and the Friday tech posts and posting a blog on over the weekend. So keeping the balance for it, it's like quite necessary.
Oh, sorry, broke up for a minute. But yeah, last I heard was that we need a balance.
Yeah, exactly. It's like very much needed.
Yeah. All right. Sorry, just chatting. The next person's on in the green room. We're gonna have Andreas Kretz, the data engineer guy. I don't know, Manan, if you follow him or if you see his content.
Yeah, I like to follow.
Yeah. All right, awesome. Well, thank you so much, Manan, for jumping in and talking to us, showing us your connection analysis in Tableau. You gave me a good idea. I keep forgetting that I can actually share screen here. Maybe one of my future sessions, I'll do a little Tableau crash course for those who don't know how to use Tableau or Power BI or Qlik or something like that. So thanks for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We should do something with Tableau. I'm currently running a Tableau user group in Mumbai.
Oh, okay, cool. Very nice. You're all about
Tableau is something.
That's good.
Yeah, all about the community.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you again for joining. I guess we're gonna swap you out for Andreas Kretz now, who seems to be doing a dance in the green room.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right. Okay. Thank you again. I'm gonna swap him in and have a good rest of your day.
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
Yeah. All about it.
Okay. We've got
Hi.
Mr. Kretz up in here from Germany. How you doing, man?
Good. Let me just focus the camera so that I'm on your height.
Are you trying to look better? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah. So, I just wanted to check in. How's it going?
Oh, going well. I think we spoke earlier today, right?
Yeah. Nobody knows that, but yes, you said
Nobody
4
knows
hours.
that. Everybody knows that. I told them already.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't even introduce you. Okay, everybody, this is Andreas. And you're like, since we talk all the time, people should know you. But you want to tell people who you are, what you do?
Yeah, I'm from Germany. I'm a data engineer, self-proclaimed plumber of data science. I have a YouTube channel. It was called Plumbers of Data Science. Now it's usually nowadays it's just my name, Andreas Kretz. And I'm currently working on a training or a course for data engineers with my new website, teamdatascience.com. Yeah, huge plans, 100 videos to do. So
you said you wanted to show some stuff. You want to share your screen?
Yeah, I know you're big into visualization and so on. So I thought let's show you something from my YouTube analytics.
Okay,
I can show you something. So let's try this out here if I can.
Whenever you're ready, click that share screen button, and I'm going to add it to the screen, and everybody could see.
Okay.
Can't believe it's been almost 3 hours, man.
But I was since we've spoke, I finished working, then I played with the kids, then I had dinner, and now I'm here. So
Okay, well, good for you. All right, I can see your screen. I think everybody else can see it.
Yeah.
Looks like a nice blue bar chart.
So the cool thing that what I'm trying to do right now is when you have a YouTube channel, you want to know basically what content should you produce, what content is interesting, what do people like, because you don't want to just do random videos and nobody watches them, and YouTube has this algorithm of recommending stuff that is kind of similar to other people's stuff. So I have a tool, and that's a lot of YouTubers use it. vidIQ is that called? And with vidIQ, the cool thing is you can download infos from channels. And let me just bring that up. I already messed it up here, my presentation, as usual. So what you can do is you can create. Do I have Notepad++ on this? Actually, I wanted to show this on my Mac, but I want to show that with Power BI and Power BI. No Mac. So, okay, I think is it with WordPad better? No, but what you can do is with vidIQ, I also fumble around with the keyboard. What you can do is you can basically export data from these channels. You can export up to for the small package that I have. You can export up to 100 videos. You can export the title, the description, the duration, status, date, when it was published, keywords, and so on and so on and so on and so on.
Mm-hmm.
And so the idea was actually first find out who creates the best content or the most watched content, what is it, and so on. And I thought, how to do that? I'm not that big into BI tools. Let's just try this with Power BI. You know me, I'm just always.
Yeah, Power BI. I was just playing around with Power BI this morning. Really cool. I really like it. I don't know why. I was kind of against it for some time, but
I don't know. I'm a complete noob here. I'm running and gunning as always. So no, don't know if I can zoom this. Can you zoom this? No. So
I'm just learning Power BI. I haven't mastered the zoom yet. If anybody who's on now can tell us how to zoom.
The problem is that my keyboard isn't working. I have this Bluetooth keyboard, and just before the stream, when I press a key, it goes zzz. So okay, no keyboard. So interesting is what I have done. Then I have uploaded these. Basically, I created all these. I downloaded all these files from all these channels. Yours is there too. Story by Data.
Yep.
Story by Data, good YouTube channel. You need to check that out.
Story by Data. I think I've heard of that one.
Yeah, I know.
It's a good one.
So, the first thing that I did is I basically sorted them or made a small graph how based on views, who gets the most views, and there are two channels that basically create most of the views: CS Dojo, and Joe My Tech. I think most of the people have known have heard from them. But when you then look what's going on, then it drops off like crazy. And yeah, so our channels are way down here. If I could work here and change the axis to logarithmic, I could show. I don't know what protocol means. Is that logarithmic? Maybe. So it's yours says 48,000. That's just because I have downloaded. I can only download the last 100 videos, and you have more.
Oh, okay.
So you can see there's a huge drop off, and these two guys are more or less doing everything. And so the next thing what I then did is I was looking into the videos. Basically, what videos are good here.
Right.
So, and then I basically, man, it's small. Can I make this bigger somehow? So people can see.
Yeah, we'll have to learn how to zoom that in.
It's super. I cannot make it bigger here. So basically, the biggest one is why I left my 100,000 plus job at Google, and so on and so on.
Oh, you know
And-
what? I actually think I watched that one. I think the titles have a lot to do with it, right? If you have a catchy title, it's more likely to be seen.
Yeah, I think this title is somewhere. But the interesting thing is when you see this here, I colored them based on the channel. So these are more or less only Jomatech and CS Dojo.
Oh, okay, very interesting.
It's interesting. So there are a lot here, and then the small ones start getting here. So what you can do is you can make a filter here. In German, and you filter out CS Dojo. Where is it? Gone. CS Dojo and Jomatech. Guess these guys suck. So, no, the other way around. Everything without them. And then it gets more colorful.
Yeah.
And you can see basically what people are posting that are not Jomatech or CS Dojo, and then you can find out a bit what's going on, what are people looking for, and I just glimpse over it. You can see already, or you cannot, a lot of in this screen, a lot of our how-tos. So how do I use this, and how do I use that, and
yeah, those how-tos also get a lot of views.
yeah, how to analyze log files in Hive. How much views does that thing have? 16,000 and so on. I haven't exported my own channel here. That's something very interesting.
So, Andreas, what time is it for you now? You're in Germany, right?
Yeah, 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Okay.
Yeah.
nice.
So, yeah. And so the cool thing that I have found out, so you can also split it for the keywords. Then you can see which keywords are used. So like Java, Python, data scientist, and so on. And you can go down and you can find out basically what keywords people are using in their videos. And I also split the titles, but that's not that interesting because you can only split it by.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so A and 2 and how are the how and 2 are the most used words. So
we've got our next speaker, Matt Harrison, is actually chilling out in the green room. We're gonna bring him on in a minute or two. He's gonna talk about Python. Well, I hope he's gonna talk about Python. Python's his thing. He writes books on it. But before we move on to that, Andreas, we have a couple of comments here that say you can hide the filter tab. This is how to make your charts bigger.
Yeah,
so
it's a
hide the
bit.
filter tab, and the tables as well increases the size of the visual, so you hide the tables. You can change the view to actual size, and it should show larger depending on your native page size. Next option is minimize the 3 column sections to the right. So a lot of tips for you there. Hide make things bigger.
So, but the overall message that I want to show here is you can do a lot of stuff with simple tools like Power BI, and you don't really need that highly sophisticated stuff and do big analytics stuff. You can with simple click. You can do a lot of things, and you can basically find out what are people doing on YouTube and where's the direction you might want to go. Doesn't say that you want to go there, but yeah.
No, it's good. It's good. Thank you for sharing the analysis. And before we wrap up, just let people know again where they can go to learn more about you, follow you, subscribe to your stuff.
So people can go here on YouTube.
Oh, you got it already. Look at that.
Yeah, of course.
Of course you do.
You can go on YouTube, Andreas Kretz, currently fighting for 12,000 subscribers. And you can, and just see my dumb face here, and then you can go to teamdatascience.com. This is one of my content hubs where you get the free data engineering content that I have, like the cookbook, the blog that I don't post as much as I would like, but this is going to change soon. And I have the free data engineering cookbook on GitHub, It's I don't know how many pages long and has super many stuff just to learn data engineering, and for those who want to get more into it and get a coaching, I am also doing data engineering coaching. Where are you again here? Let me just bring you up.
Awesome.
So yeah.
Well, Andreas, thank you so much for hopping on. Always fun chatting with you.
You're welcome.
Kick you
Thank
out
you.
at this point and bring in Matt Harrison, who's been
All
waiting
good.
very patiently.
All good. Have fun, Matt, and have fun, Kate, and let me know how that works. We talk again.
Yes, we'll
Bye,
talk.
everybody. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you. All right. Remove the screen. And we're bringing on Matt Harrison. Hello, Matt. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Doing well. Thank you so much for your patience. Let's talk about you. Who is Matt? What do you do? And where are you dialing in from?
Yeah, so my name is Matt Harrison. I run a company called Metasnake. Metasnake does corporate training and consulting in Python and data science. And I'm in snowy Salt Lake.
And are you also sheltering in place? What's happening over there?
Yeah, I mean, for the past 2 weeks, most people have been told to stay at home, but I guess they're sort of pulling out the sharp teeth and trying to enforce that a little bit more now.
Yeah.
Tracking the rates of growth here. Salt Lake had its 4th death yesterday, and we have, I think, around 700 diagnosed cases right now. So it's kind of, what the world is going around, and I think it's interesting. No one knows who has what, because this is a scary disease where you have asymptomatic carriers who are spreading it. So best just to hang out in place right now.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. I'm over in New York, and definitely hiding out as much as we can. We come out for just essential food runs, but other than that, we're all home. And I'm glad that we have a backyard at least right now. You probably can't hear it, but the kids are under scooters out there. So.
Nice. Very good.
Yeah, the sun's coming out. So tell us about, I know you write books. Yes, I have at least 2 or 3 of your books here somewhere in
my books. Yeah.
So what's the motivation behind all that, and what books do you have?
Yeah, I guess the motivation is, intrinsically I'm a creator, so I like to create things, and apparently a lot of people like to bike shed. Bike shed is a computer coding term for making sure that your bike shed is the right color. So I always like my bike shed to be green, and everyone else's bike shed is blue or pink or something. And so I got to make my green bike shed. But I guess I've always been involved in helping out and training, and I paid for my college with tutoring others and helping them. So, and my mom is she's an educator. So I've always liked to help people out, and just been involved in the Python community for the past 20 years, doing trainings and talks and whatnot. And at one point I had a tutorial that I decided it had been accepted at conference, and it was another conference accepted the tutorial as well. And so rather than rewrite my slides, I decided I would write a book about it instead. And so that book eventually became this book right here, which is The Illustrated Guide to Python 3. And so, and then after that, I guess I just got the bug and just started writing other books. So I guess you probably want me to talk about this book right here.
Oh yeah, that's the one I just I just started flipping through that one probably 3-4 days ago.
Yeah. So this is the most recent book. I guess if you want, we can just sort of give a brief overview of it, if that makes sense, or if there are other questions that people have.
Yeah, if you guys have questions on Python, ask away. Matt has an answer to all of your questions. Go for it, Matt.
Yeah. Okay. So this book. So I had actually written my own Pandas book, being the person who writes books. I had written this book here, Learning the Pandas Library. I wrote this like 4 years ago, which I think is a good book. and in the meantime, there have been other pandas books, and so being a Python connoisseur, I sort of read everything since I also train on this stuff and I want to see what other people are talking about. I think that for people who want to learn something, I'm a huge fan of books in that books will take you from a logical start to a finish, and person who's written a book has thought about the process of learning versus just going to random blogs and sort of pulling off pieces or going to Stack Overflow. And so the creator of this original book, this is the second edition. Ted Petro was the original author, and so kudos to him. I had read his original book, and I liked the content of it. He wasn't really up for doing a second edition. He's actually has his own. He's selling his own material as well. So check that out if you're interested in other Python Pandas stuff. But so they approached me to do a second edition, and basically I went through the whole book and rewrote basically all of the code in what I would consider a modern Pandas way of doing it. I've taught thousands of people Python and Pandas over the years. I've used Pandas for probably almost 10 years now. And so I've sort of used it right when it came out and leveraged it since then. And so I've seen good Pandas code and bad Pandas code. And so what I've done is tried to rewrite everything in there to a modern idiomatic Pandas style, which just this morning I was reading at someone's Pandas blog on Medium, and it was suggesting all these things that while they work, they're not actually idiomatic Pandas, or what I would say would lead you to making code that's easier to understand. And so maybe just some examples here. Can I do a screen share?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Just click share screen, and then I'm gonna bring that in.
Okay.
I love how you're the third person to share screen, and I've been doing this for a couple of hours now. I haven't shared my screen even once. I'm thinking next time I do something like this, I'm definitely gonna share my screen. There it is.
Okay, so here's an example of this some code in there that's talking about a weight loss bet. And by the way, if anyone wants to see this code, maybe I'll paste this link here into the LinkedIn.
Yeah.
This is all available. The code's all available at GitHub. There's a repo for it there. So if you want to follow along at home or look at this. But this is just a simple CSV with two people who have tracked their weight for a couple weeks. And then this walks through like who lost more weight, right? And so we walk through using some Python code to calculate the percent loss. And then we query anyone whose name is Bob and is in January, and then we pull out the weight column, and then we throw on this percent loss in here. And so this chaining operations here, you can see as I'll just scroll down a little bit, you can see what we apply a bunch of chains in here to get a little result here that looks like this. So this is a little Pandas data frame that says for each month, here's Bob and Amy, and here's how much they lost and who was the winner of that. And so here's right above this is the code that represents this. And this would be what I would call idiomatic Pandas code, in that we're just chaining these operations. So here's an assign statement right here, or assign method. This is going to add a percent loss column in here. And then we're going to query this. We're going to query only where the week is equal to the week 4. And then we're going to do a pivot table. So I imagine a lot of your people are familiar with pivot tables.
Oh, yeah.
And then we're going to assign another column here called the winner. And I sort of walk through building this up in the book, these sorts of operations. And I think if you apply what you learn in the book, you're going to see that your code, your Pandas code, is going to be a lot cleaner than otherwise. Let me just give maybe another example here. So I live, like you said, I live in Utah, and so this is sort of, I mean, there's my backyard. Well, half hour away from my backyard. I like to ski, And so here's just a visualization that I did with Matplotlib that's also in the book as well, pulling down some local ski data here, and then doing some slight cleanup of it, and then throwing this into a Matplotlib plot here. So you can see there's a nice little plot that I created in here. And this is just talking about, you know, leverage pandas, but also Matplotlib. And then one of the nice things about Matplotlib is you can sort of tweak it and make it look as nice as you want. And
Pretty.
kudos to a fellow on Twitter. His name's Trud Anstey, who had a plot similar to this. I'm like, oh, that's an awesome plot for snow levels here. And then, you know, I've got code in here that goes through and plots, you know, for the past 10 years, and then it cleans it up a little bit. You can see there's gaps in there where we have bad data. So it talks about cleaning that up. And so just the examples of, you know, I think real life code, real life data, and cleaning it up. Let me talk about maybe one more thing. I'll cut back here to the mic or the camera here, and let's see if I can figure out how to do this.
Oh, you want to remove the screen?
There we go.
Okay, there you go.
You got it here. So one last thing that I like, what they added to the book here that wasn't in the original book, and that I don't know is in any Pandas book anywhere. Sorry if I'm pitching my snake oil here. Is the last chapter. The last chapter is debugging and testing Pandas code.
Oh, perfect.
And so I think, you know, a lot of people, they'll just go to Stack Overflow and search when there's an error here. But this actually tells you how to like walk through Pandas code if you want to, and also do various profiling, and it also shows you how to test your Pandas code. And I don't know that there's any book out there that has like, I'm trying to take Pandas code and put it into production. How do I put tests around it to make sure that my Pandas code works and will work and not break in the future? And so there's some great techniques there for sort of doing some data fuzzing to stress test your code and whatnot.
I think debugging is probably the most important thing a beginner coder should learn, because it's so discouraging the first time you try to write a line of code and you get wrong. You're like, look through this. Let me just go do something else, because it could be very discouraging. I actually, I was teaching a Python course probably a year ago as I was learning it. I think the best way to learn is by teaching.
Sure.
And there was this one guy, this was in an investment bank, and there's this one guy who, he was just like, okay, this is not working. And I had the answers. So I was walking around with kind of the solution code, right? And they were all working through the problem. He's like, okay, if you don't give it to me, I'm shutting down my computer and I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Because it's not for everybody. Not everyone wants to kind of Google it and figure it out and get that satisfaction. But I think I find it very satisfying if I'm stuck and then I finally figure it out.
I agree. When I'm teaching a course, I always say I'm doing my Tony Robbins spiel ahead of time, but I talk about motivation for learning and whatnot. And one of the key phrases that I use in there is to relax. I think programming is a test of continuous frustration. And you need to be able to overcome that. And I just tell people, you need to relax and take a deep breath, because your code is not going to always work. My code will not always work. I will often like show people, I'll fail on purpose a lot of times because I want to show people what it's like in real life. But I'll do live coding and it won't work, and I'll be like, oh, what's going on here, right? And so being calm and relaxed, you know, not wanting to punch your hand through the monitor, or, you know, code is unforgiving. It does what you tell it to do. And so I think what I tried to do with this latest Pandas book, is to be able to write Pandas code that is readable. I think with most programming languages, you can do the same thing with any of them. They're all basically the same. But when I'm teaching Python, I want to tell people, focus on making your code readable, because you're going to have to come back to it and understand it. But probably if you're working with colleagues, they're going to have to come back to it and understanding it. So if you're going to optimize for anything, the priority is to optimize towards readability there.
Yeah, and on that note, we actually have a couple of questions for you. So we got Ave asking, which is the preferred language for data science, Python and R? And then Diana asked the same question, Python or R? and
Yeah.
that is more data science in finance. So
Yeah. So full disclosure, right? Like I make my living selling snake oil. Like I literally train people how to use Python for a living. So I think from that, you know what answer I'm going to give. Having said that, I have a lot of friends who use R. I think R is a great language, a great tool. In broad characterizations, R is a statistical language, and it's very focused in statistical libraries, and there's probably going to be libraries in R that do things that Python doesn't do. Contrast that with Python. Python is a general programming language. When Python was created in 1990, Python, machine learning didn't exist, or I guess it did exist, but data science as a name did not exist, right? Python over the years has been privileged to be able to sort of leap onto that with the libraries like NumPy and Pandas and scikit-learn, and now the deep learning libraries. Python has been able to sort of hitch its ride to this renaissance of machine learning and data science. And so if you look at job requirements, Python is the #1 or #2 language in general for software engineers, but it's also the #1 preferred requirement for data scientists as well. So it's not meant to say that like you can't do many of the things you do with Python with R or vice versa. But I think what you'll find is that Python, and again, this is generalizing in someone who makes their living selling Python. Python can sort of go end to end from like data analysis to deployment very easily, and there are a bunch of libraries and support for doing that, and all of the cloud providers have support for doing that. With R, you're going to have great support for doing data analysis, visualization, making some models. Might be a little bit tougher to get them into production, might be a little bit tougher to find other people to collaborate on with that. But both are great tools, and our people are doing really cool things with both of them.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I know Python, whenever you Google the top languages in data science, I think Python has always tended to be on top, at least for the past year or two that I've done that search. But I'm actually learning R at the same time as Python just because I can and just because I want to. And I don't.
Yeah. I think there are a lot of people who know both, right? And like I said, I do have friends people who I talk to who also, there's a lot of cool stuff there in R. Having said that, if I were to choose just one, obviously I think my choice. But if you're in an environment where people are using R and Python, then it might make sense to learn both of them as well.
Last question before I let you go. There's a question from Thanasis Kalovas. Hello, one question, please. I study data science, almost took my master's, and I would like to ask if it's worth to buy books about data engineering or data science because the technology is evolving radically and some features in 2017 don't even work nowadays. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, in full disclosure, I write books, right? And so I understand the need, the desire for things that are cheap or free or whatnot. I make my living selling things, so I think there's a ton of information out there. I am, can you learn something from a blog? Yeah. Can you learn something from going and reading the documentation for a library? Yeah, you can. Generally, the people who are writing books or doing courses have thought something from end to end. And so I think you're going to get more structured understanding. You're going to also fill in knowledge gaps, like things you didn't think about that you probably need to know. Having said that, there are a lot of things that might be like out of date or, not quite up to date. Like here's another book that I wrote, this machine learning pocket reference. It's got about 30 different libraries that it leverages in Python for doing structured machine learning. Some of those libraries have changed since the book came out, and the book came out in September of last year, right? And so it is possible that some of these things are changing, that you're not always at the latest and greatest. So, in general, I would say, here's my bias for learning, right? And again, I I train. So I think the best way to learn is in a class where you're sort of forced to do it. I think that's great also for teams where you want everyone on the team to be at the same level, speaking the same language, and not have knowledge gaps in there. In person, live, be it virtual or live training is the best way to do that. Second to that, I'd probably say books are probably a great way. Now it's hard to like force everyone in a group to read a book, but like I said, books typically walk you through from end to end and do it at a great level of detail. I'm also a pretty good fan of like courses. I think courses are great as well. One of the drawbacks of a course or even a book to like a live training is that you're sort of on your own, right? If you don't understand something, too bad, right? Or another drawback, I think, to a book or a course is that there's no sort of push to get you to apply it. And my courses are like 50% hands-on. Like, I'm not talking, you're actually coding and you know, making a model or making a visualization, right? And so I think doing something is a great way to learn as well. And then barring that, I mean, in general, a great way to learn is just finding something that you're interested in and going out and doing it. Now, right now, there's a lot of hubbub about COVID, right? So a lot of people are going out and trying to do stuff with COVID. And you'll see a lot of epidemiologists and people sort of come down hard on people and say, you shouldn't do this, you didn't go to epidemiology school or whatever.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, maybe we'll open a can of worms here, but so I'm a computer scientist, so I consider myself maybe a hack, right? And that's all I do is hack code. But I've done data science. I mean, I did natural language processing out of school. I mean, the past 12 years, I've basically doing predictive modeling and BI and reporting and visualization, basically with a Python slant. You know, there's also the quote that like, it's easier to teach data science to a subject matter expert than make a data scientist a subject matter expert. And so I think that's sort of playing to this. A lot of data scientists are sort of coming in as subject matter experts. I'm sort of guilty. On LinkedIn and Twitter, I'm actually doing a daily visualization of COVID growth rates in Utah. And I've been somewhat reticent to post predictions about growth rates in that, just because I know that, you know, there's a curve that follows this SIR model or SEIR model, and I'm not well versed in that, right? I'm not an epidemiologist. I've actually done some curve fitting with those models, but I haven't released the code for that just because it's kind of a little difficult to like get it right? Get the initial conditions right to make the interactions work correctly. And so my take on that is that I think if you're interested in if something's pushing you to start learning and creating, I think that's great. The data I've seen so far on like COVID-19, like, can I create a predictive model of it? I haven't seen anything that gives me a sense that I can make a predictive model that's going to be useful for COVID-19. The data I've seen has been useful for sort of descriptive analytics, telling what's going on. And I mean, I hopefully like the daily chart that I'm making from the stats that I'm seeing, you know, a good chunk of it is people in my local community, sort of keeping my local community, hey, stuff is happening, the growth rate is still going on, let's shelter in place or whatnot to try and slow that down. So telling someone that they can't do something, I mean, yeah, you should be aware, like if you're trying to make a model saying it's going to save the world of COVID-19 and you've just, you know, used XGBoost to plug in something, I don't know that makes sense, but like poo-pooing someone for trying to learn, I think, hey, if it's getting you out there writing code and learning from it, just realize that like one of the best ways to get feedback is to make something public, because people in general, a lot of technical people tend to be very pedantic and maybe a little over the top about coming out and telling you that you're wrong. So just be aware that, you know, have your turtle shell on, or be aware for people to sort of onslaught you and tell you how bad you are. But I wouldn't let that stop you from learning. I think right now is a great time to learn visualization because there's a lot of good data that you can learn visualization, using like Power BI or Tableau or some other things. I think Python as well. I'll probably be doing some demos here, taking some of the more popular visualizations and then saying, here's how we would recreate this visualization using Python code, right? So it's a great way to learn some of the Python tools or whatever tools. If you can find a project that motivates you to learn, I think that's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. And okay, I know I told you last question, but we have one more for you from Travis, if you still have time.
Yeah.
Okay, so Travis asks, when studying machine learning, is it better to learn the history and work your way up, or should he just bypass most of the old studies because they are out of date and may confuse a person's learning process?
Okay, I mean, let me maybe take a slant on what this is trying to say, and maybe there's somewhat of in the community, there's like, should I learn the math or should I learn the practice, right? And maybe the history is maybe the math. I think the history is somewhat fascinating, like seeing where we've gone from like linear regression and whatnot, and sort of progressed from decision trees like random forests and sort of the deep learning here. Again, full disclosure, like I train people how to do this, but I try to be practical, right? And so I can tell you about an algorithm all day long, but if you can't apply it, then that's not much useful to a company where I'm doing training, right? And also, other full disclosure, like my training is in computer science, so I'm a hack. So yeah, anyone can go out and like run these libraries. Making a predictive model with a lot of the Python tooling is like 2 or 3 lines of code. So it's not really hard to make a predictive model. Is it useful to be able to replicate the model and code it all from scratch? I don't think that's the case either.
Yeah.
So I tend to be on more of like the pragmatic side. Like if I can make a model and it works and I can like quantify that with some either visualization or numerical analysis that tells me how well it's doing, and I can quantify how much money you'll save or how much churn you'll prevent or whatnot, I think that's great, right? And I don't care if it might not be important to be able to explain the math behind it. On the other side, like if I'm telling you have cancer, or if I'm denying you for a loan, then I might want to be able to explain why that's the case, and I might want to have some greater understanding of that. So I don't know if that really answers the question per se, but I tend to be more of the pragmatic side. You'll find a lot of people in the data science community are somewhat more of like, hey, if you can't tell me all the math behind this, then you're not a data scientist. And it might be the case, but I'd rather have something working than just have the math behind it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And then Russell says that he's visualizing COVID-19 data, but looking retrospectively only and avoiding doing any type of predictive modeling. And he also doesn't think that the data that is available is stable enough to create a reliable predictive model. So he agrees with you. We're not there yet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get too political, but like, I don't know how much of the data we can trust coming out of China, right? And so like trying to make a model based on that, I don't know that I can trust that. Like when I released my original visualization, I said, think global, act local, right? I mean, I can't change what happens at the local level. I can't change what's happening probably at New York where Kate is. I do have some impact locally, I think. I mean, I can look at the stats and I can see that, 20% of the people who view my tweets or my LinkedIn are actually local to Utah, right? And so, and I don't think that the local data has enough information in it to see what's going on. I can tell that it's not leveling off right now. And so, based on the trends that we've seen, I can sort of throw that into the future, right? And say, here's a rough guess. And I mean, my rough guess so far have been okay from like the past week. I was actually pretty accurate about where we would be today, but I haven't really released that code per se. I don't think there's anything wrong with it for playing around, right? I'm not advising the governor. I'm not advising anyone. But I think right now, yeah, there are some ethics around it, right?
Right.
and if I were to go out and say this is the end of the world and this is why it's the end of the world, right, and try and put some number on it, then I'd probably have to be a little bit more cautious about doing that. But I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to make a predictive model. I just don't think that, like, I don't have confidence in the data that I have and the data I've seen and the amount of data and just where we are. You know, in the U.S., we've seen some slowing down in California, but and maybe some tailing off in New York. But I mean, it's really hard to tell right now.
It is, and honestly, it's also difficult because a lot of people just can't get tested, right? I mean, that's all over the news. People have symptoms and they're not testing unless you have shortness of breath and you're almost, passing out or something. So it's vulnerable.
Which and I guess I'm trying to be somewhat political. Like I put on my last post, I put the hashtag test kits, right? I mean, I think for us to be able to return to normalcy and like this has affected me personally, right? Because I have lost a training client who is not able to shift from live classes to virtual classes, right? So there's a financial impact that I've personally felt from this. And for us to get back to some sense of normalcy, I think you can't do it without tests because you need to know who is sick, and those people need to be, separated and get better in order for everyone else to sort of proceed as normal. We need to be aggressive about testing and making sure that if you're sick or not feeling well, then, hang out at home and let's make sure you're better because it's impacting a lot of people. And without tests, we can't do anything.
Yeah, absolutely. And on that note, Mr. Harrison, I will thank you for your time. I will give you your freedom to take off. Thank you so much for hopping in. You were the 11th guest of the day. Probably the last guest. I'm going to use the next 25 minutes or so to talk about, I'm going to share my screen and talk about some of my goals for the year and kind of how I've been tracking. But thank you again for joining. Thank you for showing us your book and giving us your thoughts. I'm going to share this LinkedIn Live. It'll be on YouTube as well if you ever want to.
Yeah, so if people want to follow me or they're interested in the book, best place is on Twitter. It's __M Harrison __. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for your work, Kate. Appreciate you.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so like I mentioned, I'm going to take the rest of the 24 minutes that I have. I really can't wait to see what happens at the end of the session. Will LinkedIn just completely kick me out, or, what are they gonna do? How are they gonna stop me from continuing to stream? So at this point, I will share my screen. Okay, sharing screen is easiest with two monitors. Okay, let's see. I'll just share my entire screen. Why not? Okay. And hopefully you could see this. I really just want to quickly go through and update you on some of my 2020 goals. So this is a LinkedIn article I wrote on December 30th of last year. And what I do every month is I basically check in to see how much progress I've made. So first, let me just make sure it's all streaming well. Okay, looks like it's all coming in. Okay, so the first goal I had for the year was 365 days of Python and R code. And I use the hashtag daily coding. How interesting. We just spent some time talking about Python. So yes, I basically started a challenge and I've been doing it daily. Today is actually day 90. So 90 days have passed since I've started the daily coding challenge. If you'd like, you can follow the daily coding hashtag. Actually wanted to quickly check and see how many followers the hashtag has at this point. It's always fun to see. So 6,200 followers in the past 90 days. I think that's pretty good growth. I think it shows that there's definitely an interest in the daily coding project. Next one was to help 20 companies with their social media strategy. I basically help companies that are focused on, getting their product or service and they're, out there into the marketplace, specifically companies focused on coding, data science, analytics, data visualization, AI, machine learning, and so forth. All right, number 3 was to obtain 52 PDUs. So the idea there was I would get 52 credits for my PMI, which is the Project Management Institute, to basically get together, renew my PMP license. And I actually did that in February. So this goal is completed for the year. Number 4 was maintaining a list of data science and AI conferences in the US. And Trip Parker, who was one of the speakers today, he actually really helped put this together. At this point, I'm not really updating the site because I think every single conference that was on there has been canceled or postponed or rescheduled. So at this point, not really doing anything there. Attending conferences, I can continue this. I think I've already attended at least 6, but I can continue attending conferences in a virtual manner, but can't really continue going to conferences if they're closed. Goal number 6 was to publish the Mothers of Data Science book with Kristen Kerr. That is very close. I think I say this every time, but we're really putting on the finishing touches with that book. Want to make sure it is perfect before launching, but that book basically has stories of some really awesome mothers that are working in data science. They give really great tips and advice in terms of, how to be a mother in the data science space. I'm just looking at the comments here as I continue. So Herb says, number 4, write a Python robot to find these conferences. Yeah, that would actually be really cool. One other thought I had was adding a Google form that will populate a Google Sheet that populates my Tableau dashboard, a Tableau Public that updates my website, where basically people can self-submit their conferences. So something like, hey, do you see your conference is missing from this list? Well, enter the information here, and then we will go through an approval process and put that in. So, okay, I'm going to continue on. Michael says, you can do it. 25 minutes left. Thank you. It's now 20 minutes left. Actually, the 4 hours flew by. I had so much fun. I think it's because of all the, the guests that joined, and all of you guys putting in the comments makes this a lot easier. Number 7 was to publish Data Literacy for Kids with Jordan Morrow. That was published in mid of last week, and you can find that on Amazon if you just put in data literacy. Actually, I could show you. I love the screen sharing. So if you just type in Data Literacy for Kids, you will see it is number 2. Oh, we actually got a couple of reviews. That's awesome. So this is the Data Literacy for Kids book. You can do a little look inside, and you'll see it's basically these are the kids that go on a fun adventure. So let you guys check that out if this is something you're interested in. Okay, Herb says, like it. Thanks. Okay, number 8 was to run 5 marathons in 5 states. Can't really do that anymore, but I do have a site called We Run Marathons. I know this is moving pretty far away from data, but this is one of my goals. Basically, this group, my brother Steve, my friend Kurt, and we ran a couple marathons already, and we've decided that we want to run 50 marathons across the 50 states of America in 10 years. We might have to restart this maybe next year because almost everything we've signed up for has been canceled. And here's kind of the why we're doing it. And here's the little schedule. This website took about 10 minutes to put together. So things are definitely easier to build these days. Okay, moving on. Number 9 was to read 20 books and share key highlights. So I'll show you where I'm tracking the books and kind of my reviews. Basically, if you go to storybydata.com and you go to my blog posts and type in the word books or something, you'll see my 20 books for 2020. And here are the 20 books. I have 10 audiobooks and 10 paperback books. I've read at this point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 out of 20 books completed, and this is only the 3rd month. I think I might end up reading over 20 books, but basically the ones that I've read, you could see the black and white kind of colors here, and I put in a little review and the month that I read the book in. Some really interesting books here, and I'm definitely learning a lot. Definitely can recommend you a couple of books if you're interested. A couple of other books I'm in the middle of, so April should be fun. Okay, going back to the goals. conducting 20 Humans of Data Science video interviews. So the Humans of Data Science is basically a video podcast that's about 10 to 15 minutes long, and I have people that have joined from several sessions several regions, industries, and levels, and really just a project where I try to learn about the humans behind the data. It started out as a really fun project about 2 years and 3 months ago. I think I started it at the beginning of 2018. And it continues on for now. I actually have 2 volunteers. I've got Christina Bernard and Purvo Pujari, who are also starting to interview people, and you can check that out on the Story by Data YouTube channel. Okay, managing the Dedicated Challenge. I've got another volunteer there, Mayank Gantnell, who is helping to manage that. I'm actually going to announce the Dedicated Challenge winner for March later on today, and I'm going to launch the new challenge for April. It's actually going to be the giveaway prize is going to be passes to this online conference, but I'll tell you about that more in another post. Okay, number 12, growing the Story by Data freelancers community to 1,000 members. This is basically an attempt to help people who are looking for jobs, helping them, matching them with those that are looking to hire. And this really is around data analytics, data visualization, and it covers consulting and training. Sorry, just going to take a quick note here. As part of my experiment, I have to note how many people are still on after 3 hours and 45 minutes? Okay, moving on. Meet 20 of my LinkedIn contacts in person. Actually, I met this goal last month. By February, I already met over 20 people. I think I'm glad I did that early on, because at this point, it's hard to meet anybody in person due to social distancing. So that one is already done. Developing the dedicated product line. So I'm going to go ahead and open that link. This takes you to storybydata.com, dedicated products. And if you click on the merch, this is what Scott Taylor was wearing. It was one of these shirts that I sent him, but there are definitely plenty of designs. One of my favorites, let me scroll down. One of my favorites is probably the panda or the unicorn. So we've got these pandas here. We got aprons. I'm having fun with this, and dedicated is the logo I've used. We've got dedicated kids and so forth. So that goal is completed. Delivering 5 sessions on data visualization and Tableau training. I've done a couple of sessions. I definitely plan to do a couple more, probably maybe some live streams as well, where I do some online training. Number 16 was volunteering for 20 hours of my time. I mentioned this briefly earlier, where I plan to work with the local libraries to conduct workshops around data literacy for kids. So getting kids into a room, giving them some paper, either drawing up some charts, giving them a little workshop, a little speech, maybe use toys, Legos, or something to help them understand data literacy. And that's how I plan to meet that goal. 17, as you can see, the goals are getting a little easier here, is visiting 20 museums and attractions with my family. Well, it's easy to do, but at this point with social distancing, I'm not sure how many months I'll have to stay home, but I guess I'm gonna have to put that one on hold. Although I heard there are virtual museums I can attend at this point. I know it's not the same, but all right. Number 18, learning how to play "Wish You Were Here" by Pink Floyd on the guitar, record it and share it with my network. I actually got my guitar over here. You could see that. I'm not gonna play anything today, but I do keep it close by in the office, just in case I have some free time between calls and between work, where I can strum a bit and practice some of my chords, finger picking. Have a book signing for The Disruptors, Data Science Leaders, and Journey to Data Scientists. So these are 2 books that I wrote a couple of years back. I'm going to go ahead and briefly show you. The Journey to Data Scientist was my first book. It interviews over 20 amazing data scientists, where basically when I was just getting started in the data space, I wanted to talk to as many people as I could about how they got to their role as a data scientist. So that's why it's called Journey to Data Scientist. And then the other book that I opened up was The Disruptors. This was more recent. This is end of 2018 that I published this, but it includes some really, people that you might know, some influential leaders in the space. We've got DJ Patil, who's the former, chief data scientist at the White House. We've got Bernard Marr. We've got Monica Rogati, Carla Gentry, and, a couple of others. And the foreword was actually written by Tom Davenport. So definitely a lot of fun writing this book. And I think the stories there, Nico Yak shares her story. I think the stories there are just very interesting for anybody who wants to, learn more about the data space. Okay, let me go on. And the last goal I had was going on 20 fun adventures. So cooking lessons, dancing, pottery, rock climbing, swimming, my long runs. I used to do plenty of long runs in 2019. Kind of took a break from that and got into biking recently. But yeah, those are my 20 goals. That's how I'm doing in month 3. I'm going to stop sharing the screen and spend the next 11 minutes drinking some water. Really thankful for the, for the folks who have stayed around for the stream. It's definitely a lot more fun live streaming when I can talk to people. So thanks for that. And I'm also taking notes as to the numbers, how they're fluctuating throughout the day. So we've got 13 people on now. Any comments or questions in the next 10 minutes that you want to ask, please feel free to do so. Let's see. We've got one comment here from Herb. Check out the MDI Marathon on Mount Desert Island, Maine, Acadia National Park. All right, I will check that out when we do our marathon in Maine, because we're going to do one in every state. We actually, this year, we were supposed to go to Minnesota, Ohio, New York, New Jersey, and DC. So I guess there's always next year because most of them have set up. Okay, got a question from Emily Brown. How many data freelancers do you have in your community so far? That is a great question. I'm going to pull it up right now. I know you guys can't see my screen anymore, but I can go ahead and quickly look at how many people. We've got 232 people, and the goal here is to get about 1,000 people. So if anyone's actually interested, I'm happy to put the link. Let me see, share the link. Oh, there it is. I'm going to share the link in the comments here in case you guys want to join. It's a pretty simple Google form that you put together that I don't share with anybody. It just sits in the spreadsheet. And then once an opportunity comes up, let me just put link to free ranchers. Let's see. Here's the link. Yeah, basically asks you a couple of questions of, what's your comfort level with Tableau, Qlik, Python, R, natural language processing, communicating and presenting. And then if you're interested in doing some consulting or training. And then once there's an opportunity, I basically use filtering to see location preferences, compensation preferences, skill levels, and then match you up with whoever's hiring. The reason I came up with that is I've had a couple of people approach me with opportunities that I simply did not have time to help them with that opportunity. And that's why I came up with that. So Susan Walsh came back. Susan, you probably went, you took a nap, you did some work, and now you're back. Yes, I'm still here, and I'm still talking, and I've got 8 minutes left. We've got 18 people on the line. Susan is checked back in, so all should be well now. All right, let's see. I really thank you guys for joining. Owner has a comment. Impressed with how much you accomplished. Are you planning any videos for kids based on the Data Literacy for Kids book? It's really interesting you say that. I was just asking my co-author if he'd be fine with that, because I would love to create a video of us basically reading that book to kids, especially now because kids are not in school. This could be just one more thing for them to do. So I'll add it to my list. I do have quite a bit of things I'm trying to do at the same time, but definitely want to make that video on data literacy for kids. We're also considering building an app because it is kind of an adventure book where they go on a treasure hunt. And I think it would be fun to make an app out of it. And then in addition to that, we're working on making their parents trying to work from home, then I think a hardcover or a paperback book would probably be a good change of pace. So Susan says, I was speaking to Trip and she's here for me. Thank you, Susan. That's great. I love the support. And Emily says that she has signed up for the freelancers. Awesome. Thank you, Emily. Let me just make sure I'm not missing any comments or questions. Okay. So I'm interested to see, we've got about 6 minutes left, and I'm interested to see what happens at the end of this session. Are they going to simply close it down? If I disappear abruptly in 6 minutes, you'll know why. But interestingly, I forgot who it was. I think it might have been Greg, but somebody asked about this. So this is a Nest thermostat. It basically, actually I can move it around, control it so you can see. So it shows me where the heat is set to. I'll set it to 71. But this is the clear dead giveaway that this is not a real office, and this is a picture of an office behind me. I do not keep everything so neat and organized and clean. I remember there was somebody I used to talk to on an ongoing basis, and they asked me how I keep these plants so nice and fresh every time. If I had any tips for them to water their plants, or any nutrition for the plants. I thought that was pretty funny. But yeah, that's not a real office, and that Nest thermostat is a dead giveaway. Okay. Travis is asking, can you update your progress on the link as time goes by? Travis, which link? Sorry, I'm kind of not sure which link you're talking about. So if you let me know, I am happy to answer the question. Okay. So we've got 5 minutes left. And can you guys guess what I'm going to do right after this session? Let's see who can guess that right. And I'm going to continue looking at my, resources, books, self-publishing. I was going to talk a little bit about how to self-publish your books and the thought process behind all of that, but I don't think 4 minutes is enough time. So maybe I'll save that for another session. But if you do have questions about self-publishing, I'm definitely available. You can message me privately. On that note, feel free to also follow my company page. So Story by Data is the company page that I'm using, and I'm planning to post a lot more content from the company page in the near future. So if you enjoyed the content, definitely feel free to subscribe or follow that, and you could subscribe to my email list if you go to storybydata.com. There's a little form at the bottom where you can fill that out. Okay, it is 2:56. We've got 12 people on. I'm just going to refresh to see if there are any comments or questions. Susan, you're still here? Okay, let's see. Travis, the freelancer application. Can I update my progress? Yes, every month I do typically update how many freelancers are in the form. Owner says, great idea, appless video, especially now. Thank you. Yeah, I think the video would probably take about 10 minutes to put together. The app, on the other hand, would take a lot more time, at least for me, because I don't really have much background in app building. And Susan Walsh is guessing wine. Herb is guessing eating lunch. Jamie's saying taking more coffee. Herb wins. I'm going to eat lunch. I am pretty hungry. I eat very, very frequently, and I haven't eaten in the past 4 hours. Actually, no, I have some Oreo Thins here. So I had one cookie in the past 4 hours, and the coffee. The coffee is pretty full. And Kurt Broman just joined, and he's saying eat. I will eat in 2 minutes when LinkedIn kicks me out. Federico says nap. Actually, I do not nap. That's one thing about me. I do not enjoy naps. I know some people that do, but no, napping is definitely not one of my strong suits, even if I had to. There was actually this night run that I did with a couple of friends last August, and it started at 1 o'clock in the morning. And I was, it was highly recommended that we nap before that because it was going to be a 28-mile run at a minimum through the night, and I just could not nap. So Herb says, easy win. You told us you were going to eat lunch afterwards. Well, Herb, it's an easy win for those who have stuck around for all this time. I'm assuming people are kind of in and out and probably working in the background. So, and Herb wants to see the shoes again. Herb, I think you need to connect with Susan. She's got the shoes. I'm not wearing any shoes. I am wearing socks at this point, though. Okay, moment of truth. We've got about a minute and 20 seconds left, and I can't wait to see what LinkedIn is going to do and how it's going to kick me out of this. I hope it doesn't just crash it, but if it does, I want to thank you guys for joining. I definitely can't wait to eat, and I thank definitely all the 11 guests that joined. I'm going to create a separate post, tagging them and thanking them. Emily says to add ice cream with your Oreos for an ice cream sandwich. Ooh, I actually have ice cream sandwiches in the freezer. They're the ones that have the chocolate sandwich, and then it has vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate flavors all in one. It's really good. And my kids are outside, so I can eat it without them trying to take it from me. So that's good. Okay, I think I'm just going to end it there. Thank you all for participating in my LinkedIn 4-hour experiment. And I guess at any second now, LinkedIn will close it up. Herb says it's like the end of The Sopranos. Yes. This has been brought to you by this has been a data marathon datathon. Oh, I see Kirill joined. Hey Kirill, would have been nice to have you here on the live stream. I think I'm about to be kicked out though because I've been streaming for 4 hours at this point. So let's see what happens. But Kirill, if it doesn't kick me out, you can definitely join my live stream. I think it would be fun. You could talk about Data Science Go, and would love to know how you're doing with this COVID-19. How's that impacting your plans for LA in October? Let's see. At this point, my StreamYard is telling me that we've gone for 4 hours and 35 minutes, and LinkedIn actually just stopped. Interesting. So, all right, I'm going to just take a quick picture of this. Okay, well, thank you for joining. I'm going to stop right here and end the broadcast.